All right, it's gotten quiet because everybody knows that we need to start on time. We have a lot of work to do. We get to do a lot of voting today, a lot of roll calls and that sort of thing. So get ready for some good fun. It's my understanding that the presenters have practiced with time cards and everything to keep us on track. So we want to do everything we can to help make sure that happens. If you remember, every 4 years we go over plans, and this is the halfway mark where if there's any modification to the plan or any updates, we're reviewing those now. So for every local board and every regional board, we'll hear from them today. And then the staff has given us a pre-review, and you hopefully have seen their recommendations, and then we will vote on whether or not to move forward with the recommendation as presented. Is that pretty much what we're doing today? Okay. And so we'll see those for each of the locals and each of the regionals, and there's a lot to get through today. So let's start. Oh, let's also remember that this is public, so we will have, we are on YouTube, so people can watch it if they want to. We'll have opportunity for public comment before each of the votes, so we'll be asking for that opportunity. There will be some places where you may have a conflict of interest as a board member to vote on that plan. So before that specific vote, just acknowledge your conflict of interest and abstain or whatever you choose to do in that situation. But we'll make sure that there are reminders before each one of those. We'll kind of go through a routine, and by the time we're done, we'll be pros at rolling through these. All right, so with that, let's start with a roll call. Ms. Eiler?
Good morning. As I call your name, please use a microphone to confirm your attendance audibly. If you are a member of a local workforce development board, please state the local board. If you are representing by proxy and your name is not called, please state your name for the record. Jackie Akbari.
Present.
Billy Dykes, proxy for Natalie Alvarez.
Present.
Martha Axford. Present. Brandy Lassiter for State Senator Paul Bailey. Assistant Commissioner Jay Baker.
Present.
Marshall Graves, proxy for Joe Baker.
Present.
Jason Bates. Tim Berry.
Here.
Linda Botch.
Present.
State Representative Clark Boyd. Matthew Grove, proxy for Josh Brown.
Here.
Assistant Commissioner Suzanne Carr.
Here.
Senior Policy Advisor Shannon Rosedale for Commissioner Carter.
Here.
Billy Dykes.
Present.
Ben Ferguson.
Present Southwest.
Max Goldberg.
Present.
Marshall Graves.
Present from the Southeast.
J. Paul Jackson.
Here.
David Jordan.
Present.
Kelly Valcarce, proxy for Mayor Tim Kelly. Deputy Director of Policy, Chrissy Freeland, proxy for Policy Director and Governor's Designee Michael Hendricks.
Present.
Sandra Long.
Present.
Director Jenny McCabe for Commissioner McWhorter.
Present.
Kelly North.
Present.
Mayor Mike Pogriba.
Present, Northern Middle.
Stuart Price. Assistant Commissioner Deborah Knoll for Commissioner Reynolds.
Present.
Lee Sloan.
Present.
David Stansel.
Present.
Commissioner Denise Thomas. Present. Jamie Schote, proxy for Will Trum.
Present.
Jeff Vance.
Present.
Ron Wade.
Present, Greater Memphis.
As a reminder, for any votes during this meeting, you must recuse yourself if there is a conflict of interest. Chairman Berry, we have a quorum.
Very good. Thank you, and appreciate your attendance and participation today. The only other piece of business we need to work on is the approval of minutes from the last meeting. So hopefully you had a chance to review those. Do I hear a motion to accept the minutes as presented?
So moved.
Thank you. And a second?
Second.
Thank you, Martha. Any discussion? All right. All in favor of approving the minutes as presented, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the minutes are approved. So Commissioner Thomas, you want to give us some updates on the workforce system?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll take the podium today so I can get through the slides pretty quickly. Good morning to our board members. Thank you again for being here. We know today is quite a marathon, so we really appreciate your diligence. Before I get into my updates, I want to just very quickly cover something that was shared at the last State Workforce Board meeting. If you recall, at the time, we were going through some potential fiscal issues with Greater Memphis, which led us to ask the board for a vote in case there was a forensic audit needed. In our response and our follow-up to you, we want to give you an update on that matter before we get into our workforce proper updates. After consultation with the State Comptroller's Office on concerns we had regarding some fiscal issues with Greater Memphis, it was determined that the issues were more of control, fiscal controls versus fraud. We recommended back to the local area to work with the local government audit to conduct a single audit of their fiscal matters. They've had 2 single audits, excuse me, one that ended on December 31st of 24, another September 30th, 2025, and there will be another that will be conducted September 30th, by September 30th, 2026. This audit is already underway. Since this last workforce board meeting, we placed them in the highest level of sanctions and suspended all fiscal drawdowns. I'm pleased to say as of today, they have satisfied all of the fiscal issues that have been associated with the local board, and they are receiving drawdowns again to continue operations to the citizens of Memphis. However, because of past practice, we have placed them on high risk category. The local area understands that. This designation allows us to do more on-demand visits, reviews, and monitoring. It also allows for us to do greater technical assistance if the area so needs. So I want to make sure that we're letting the board know that that vote was in hopes of if we needed to go that far. Thankfully, we did not find substantial fraud that required a forensic audit. So thank you again for this board for giving us the latitude if it was needed. But more importantly, we were able to correct an issue, and I want to commend the folks from the Greater Memphis Board for their diligence and working very hard, along with our staff who spent a tremendous amount of time both on 40 West and on the phone to get these issues rectified. So again, thank you to the board and thank you to the teams that resolved the matter. Forgive me, I'm battling allergies like most of Tennessee. So just quick updates from us today. Our state plan modification has been submitted, as you're well aware. I want to take the time to thank Amy Mayberry, the Executive Director of the State Board, Brianna and others who worked so very hard to get the plan modification done. This was an unusual year for us because not only was it a modification, but for the first time really in workforce history, the federal government gave us a tremendous amount of opportunity to innovate. So there are a lot of things to consider. In this plan, and this is important for you to note as you are reviewing local and regional plans, we've infused key elements of America's talent strategy. There's a renewed emphasis on regionalism, innovative practice to strengthen outcomes, the incorporation of AI and other tools to increase efficiency. You'll also see a redesign of the American Job Center network, and also we are realigning agency resources to better support our workforce development vision of Governor Lee, and I'll share a little bit more about that as I proceed. The second is, you may recall the America Talent Place Connecting Talent to Opportunity, or the CTO Challenge that was affectionately called. We have thrown our name in the hat. And so Tennessee has submitted our application. Again, I want to thank Assistant Commissioner Jay Baker, who led this effort along with our partners at TBR, Education, and others. This was very much a statewide effort. We are advancing our application to connect LERs, or learning employment records, to a credential registry. This, in a nutshell, is essentially being able to give learners the opportunity to take control of their credential attainment. So they have portability and visibility of what they've earned, and there's a registry by which the value of these credentials can be assessed. A lot of states are trying to get this done. TBR has begun this work, our Board of Regents. This, if successful, will allow us to take this to scale and have one of the first in the country being able to connect learning employment records to the requirements that employers are looking for to make sure there is congruency between what employers value and what our learners will earn. So this is a substantial step forward for us. We are hopeful that we will get a successful award of the CTO Challenge. Tennessee was encouraged to do so, and so we have done that. We will keep this board apprised if it is successful, as we will need you to help guide and ensure that we can fulfill all that was proposed. There is a very lengthy link. If you would like to see the CTO Challenge and what was submitted, we'll be happy to provide that to you. Workforce Pell, we've only talked about this 1,000 times, and we're going to continue to talk about Workforce Pell. It is a game changer for us. Again, under Assistant Commissioner Jay Baker, he has led this effort along with our partners. Tennessee Higher Education Commission, absolutely have to give them a shout out. TBR, University of Tennessee, SCORE, our team, we're all working together to make sure that we can refine a policy and roll out short-term Pell in a way that our state can be proud. We've been encouraged to do so by the Undersecretary of Education. Because Tennessee has so many educational assets already, it makes sense for us to be an early adopter and implementer of Workforce Pell. This is a proposed timeline. These dates may shift. We're still waiting on kind of the final sort of last piece of guidance at the federal level, but this is just an example so that you know that the work is ongoing. We will be sure to update you as we expect. Some of these timelines may shift, but the biggest thing to remember is that July 1 will be go live for us, and so we will keep you apprised as we move. Few organizational changes. You've heard quite a bit about TN Works. As you know, the governor hard launched TN Works last November at the Economic Development Conference. We're pleased to announce that we finally have an executive director for TN Works. Brooks Young is somewhere. Brooks, would you stand up, please? Let's congratulate Brooks. He is our executive director for TN Works. As you know, this is a multi-state collaborative that really comprises what we call the front door, the gateway to all things business engagement. We believe strongly that this puts Tennessee in a whole different category when it comes to how states engage business and industry. So we're pleased. We have only gotten, I can't count, I've lost count on states that have reached out to me and to Brooks and others saying, Tennessee, can you tell us how you did it? Because we want to replicate that. Just this past week, I was on a call with both Washington State and the state of Maryland asking for, like, can we get all of your resources because we're bringing this to our governor to do something similar. So it always feels good when Governor Lee can be the first one in the gate across the country to implement this, and so thank you to this board. We also have assistant executive directors, which we know will be needed to carry out this work. So Sabre Bledsoe, Sabre, please stand. Sabre is one of our two new assistant executive directors. Sabre is not new. She's been with us for some time, but she's been promoted into this role. And Stephanie McCullough, who her official start date is next week. She's not here yet, but we already have quite a running list of tasks for her to complete. She will also work with Sabre under Brooks' direction as we move to statewide implementation. I want to take the time to also thank Commissioner McWhorter, who is not here, and Deputy Governor McWhorter, who's not here, but him and the economic development team, probably more than any other entity in the state, we have worked fervently to make sure that we can get this thing off the ground, and I am so pleased with the efforts from Chancellor Tidings, Director Gentile from THEC, and Commissioner Reynolds, Commissioner Carter, all of them. This has taken an amount of work that I couldn't begin to explain to you. When you get 6 agencies who are saying, we're going to march under one banner, you got to get a lot of ego out of the way. And so I'm so thrilled that we have the type of leaders here in Tennessee that are willing to do that. So we're already seeing great outcomes. More to come. We'll keep you apprised. We're also moving our regional business workforce directors who typically have operated more aligned to our agency construct. We are now moving all of them under TN Works. We believe that this allows for more symmetry. This allows for more of a seamless alignment, so this can hasten the pace that when business calls, those regional teams can respond. Regional workforce directors, will you please stand so the board knows who you are in case they need to call you? Will you please stand? Thank you guys so much. Thank you for your work. We do have 3 more to hire. I think East person should be on board pretty quickly, and we'll also be hiring for Upper Cumberland and Northwest, and that is my shameless plug, that if you know qualified applicants in those areas, please send them our way. A couple of quick things, and I'll be out of your way. We are proud to host our inaugural WorkSource Summit, which will occur on next week, next Tuesday and Wednesday. I've learned this morning that perhaps some of our board members did not get that invitation. Please accept my sincerest apologies. If you are a board member and desire to attend the summit and you did not get that email, I know when you go online, it's going to say it's full, and that's because it is. When we launched this, and Chris Cannon and Patrice, who are here, have done amazing work to get this off the ground, we were allowed 350 people. That went fast. So you can tell workforce development is something that everybody wants to hear about. But if you are a board member, and I know this is being publicly streamed, so I need to make sure I say this slowly and clearly, only if you are a board member will we look to accommodate you, bless you, at the WorkSource Summit. So please, if you are a board member, we're going to ask you to email Patrice Kendrick. We will get you her email, and she's standing there in the back. Patrice, will you raise your hand? Or if you want to run by and see her at the end of the board meeting, we will make sure we get you taken care of right away. So again, we're featuring both national representation as well as examples all across our state to lift up examples of how Tennessee is leaning in and leading in workforce development. This will also be a learning opportunity to establish communities of practice, because the goal is not just to be good in one part of our state. It's to scale what works, invest in what works, evaluate it, and only get better. Our goal is to keep moving and keep growing at such a pace that the rest of the country cannot catch up with us. That is our goal. So this will be our first one. We hope that this will be an annual event. So we look forward to you being there on next week. And that is at the Sonesta by the airport, in case there are any questions. Lastly, the National Governors Association, as you know, I serve as chair of the Workforce Liaisons, and our chair is very involved with the National Governors Association as well, serving in the organization that supports all the state workforce board chairs. We threw our name in the hat to be able to host, because we think Tennessee has an incredible story to tell, anchored by this board. And so I'm pleased to announce that we are hosting the Summer Institute in August. The dates are there on the screen at the Sheraton Grand. I will be in touch with you as board members to let you know exactly, as we roll out sessions, what would be of interest to you. We will feature our very own Governor Lee, who will be featured in a fireside chat to talk about his workforce development agenda and all the wonderful things that has been accomplished since he has been governor in our state. This is a big deal. Typically, the liaisons vote and the board chairs vote on the location. There was no vote for Tennessee. They said it's simply going to be in Tennessee, because all of the states have been inquiring about our work, and they all felt like this would give them an up-close view to learn more about what we're doing. So we're pleased to be the host city for that. I hope to see some of you there during this time. But Mr. Chairman, that concludes my remarks, because I know we have quite a ways to go. But again, in closing, I just want to thank this board again, because none of this is possible without committed leaders and without your voice and without both your strong need to keep us compliant, but more importantly, your equally strong hand in keeping us innovative. So thank you for allowing us to do great work on behalf of the state of Tennessee. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'd say, I know you hate it when I do this, but she's one of the hardest working people I know. And when I see other states at that conference she was just referencing, and when she's not wrong, they just continue to ask us, how do you do it? How do you do it? Give us resources. And that just speaks so well of Commissioner and really the whole staff that puts that together. I know that's who she wants to give the credit to. But we should be very, very proud as a board of the people who support this board and who support our state in getting jobs for our residents. So thank you, Commissioner, and thank you for that whole team. So, all right, here we go. Tell us what we're doing today, Amy.
Here we go. Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, Board. Today's agenda looks quite a bit different from our normal meeting structure. That's because today reflects one of your statutory responsibilities as a state workforce board, which is to provide strategic oversight of Tennessee's workforce development system. Your role in reviewing regional and local plans is governance level oversight, confirming that each plan reflects this board's priorities and that our regions are prepared to execute effectively, deliver measurable outcomes, and strengthen Tennessee's talent pipelines. Here we go. Under the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, as Chairman Berry has mentioned, we do comprehensive workforce planning every 4 years with mid-cycle modifications every 2 years. Today's presentations focus specifically on those mid-cycle modifications to our 2024 to 2027 regional and local plans. So these are not full rewrites. These are those mid-cycle modifications that reflect updated labor market information, strategic shifts, and alignment to the state plan modifications. By design, the regional and local plan modifications timeline has run somewhat concurrently to the state plan modifications timeline. The state plan has been recently submitted, and much of that timeline has overlapped for planning, drafting, and even public comment processes, and that has really allowed for strong strategic alignment at all levels. Before this timeline officially began, I wanted to share with you how we laid the foundation for these modifications. Under Commissioner Thomas's leadership, we have spent many months sharing the priorities of this board, system innovations such as TN Works, federal guidance like America's Talent Strategies, all of which again laid that foundation for strong strategic alignment at every level, beginning with state plan modifications and then the regional and local plan modifications. Once the formal drafting guidance was released in early March, we continued partnering with regional planning councils and local workforce boards to support their drafting and submission of the plan modifications. After submission, each plan underwent an intense review period by a team of 29 cross-departmental staff members for the Department of Labor. We review those plans for strategic alignment, programmatic compliance, and then also fiscal and governance accountability. That included a comprehensive review of their local required policies, as well as their governance documents and then their 2-year budget projections. So it was a comprehensive review of the entire plans for the next 2 years. The result of this staff review was an approval status recommendation that will guide you and support you in your vote today. Each approval status recommendation, again, was based on a lengthy score sheet where any deficiencies or responses that needed to be strengthened were listed in the score sheet with clear instructions provided about how those could be strengthened or the deficiencies resolved. Those score sheets were shared with regional planning councils and local boards at the end of April, and then they were given the opportunity to work in partnership with our departmental workforce services, programmatic, governance, and fiscal staff to resolve those deficiencies. They have worked very hard to do so. Our staff has been tremendous. Many have gone just above and beyond in partnership. Commissioner, I know you'll be proud of the teamwork and partnership that has carried us through this timeline. I mentioned that regional and local plan modifications timeline did run concurrently to the state plan timeline, and that's because workforce planning cascades. It flows down from federal guidance to state plan modifications, then to regional strategies, and then finally to local implementation. Each tier has its own purpose. The state plan establishes vision and statewide strategy. The regional plans coordinate sector strategies and align partners across regional geographic areas. And then the local plans operationalize those strategies with measurable goals and milestones. Each level should visibly connect to the other above it. So today you are evaluating whether regional and local plans clearly operationalize the state's strategic vision. Regional and local plan modifications are where strategy meets execution at the local and regional level. Commissioners shared with you already a highlight of what those plan modifications were and with the pillars that they were based upon. Therefore, regional and local plans were required to demonstrate clear alignment to those pillars, as well as employer-led design and sector strategy leadership, coordinated regional approaches, not isolated local efforts, measurable outcomes, return on investment, and evidence of modernization and innovation. So your role, again, in your governance oversight is to determine whether those plans clearly operationalize the state's direction. The agenda will follow the approval process where plans will be presented by region, east, middle, and west. After hearing the plan presentation, you will have the opportunity to ask questions. And then prior to beginning the vote, I will share with you these staff review recommendation for you to consider along with the oral presentation that you've just heard. If any public comments have been formally requested, you would do so over at the table. Nick, could you raise your hand? Public comments there, yes. If there are any public comments that have been formally registered, we would entertain those prior to vote, and then chairman will ask for a motion. When stating the motion, please state your name and the local or regional area that you are voting on and what you recommend the motion for the approval status. So, for example, I'll pick on Marshall. You would say Marshall Graves. I make a motion the Middle Regional Plan be approved. So we'll do in that order, and then we'll proceed with a roll call vote for each plan. As a procedural note, board members, if any of you are serving on local boards, you would need to recuse yourself from the vote for that local plan modification approval, as well as the regional area that supports that local board. When making the motion, you have three different categories or options for voting. The first is approval. That means that the plan fully aligns with the state plan strategies. The result of that would be that there is no further action required by the board or staff, so plans would be considered final after your vote today. You could also select approve with conditions. That means that the plan overall was satisfactory, but there were certain areas that you felt like needed more development. Those conditions would be resolved by staff, so there would be no further action needed on the board, but staff would have until June the 4th. That's the timeline we set for ourselves to resolve any insufficiencies or conditions and have plans ready to go and fully approved by June the 5th. The other option you have is to deny the plan. Denial means that the plan doesn't meet fundamental alignment or structural expectations and would require a future review by State Workforce Board and could result in possible impact of funds. In closing, with 12 presentations, 12 votes is arduous, but today's work is more than a procedural requirement. It's a defining moment of governance. These votes affirm that our system is positioned to deliver measurable outcomes and create stronger talent pipelines for the employers and communities that we serve. With that, Mr. Chairman, if there are no procedural questions, we are ready to move forward with regional and local plan presentations.
Very good, and thank you for framing it up so well. I appreciate that. Any questions before we proceed?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
if I may, if I could just ask that if any board members today anticipate on leaving early, or if they have to leave the meeting early, if you could just please announce for the record of when you do so, just so for voting purposes it'll be clear for the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Good call. All right, well, let's start with the team from the East Regional Plan.
Good morning. Good morning, Chairman Barry, Commissioner Thomas, and State Workforce Board members. My name is Jennifer Thacker. I'm the Business and Workforce Director for Southeast Tennessee, and I serve along with Brian Decker, the Business and Workforce Director in Northeast Tennessee. And we are pleased to present on behalf of the East Tennessee Regional Planning Council the East Tennessee Strategic Plan modifications. Let's start with a quick snapshot of where our region stands today. The East region continues to show stable growth with a total employment now exceeding 1 million and our unemployment holding steady at just under 4%. That tells us we have a strong and resilient labor market, but not one without some challenges. Our regional economy is anchored by key industries like manufacturing, healthcare, retail, and hospitality. And sometimes we're seeing some consistent demand in healthcare roles, transportation and logistics, and management occupations. The demand is being validated through real-time job posting data and direct employer engagement. Excuse me. In addition to a lack of foundational workplace skills, employers are clearly signaling shortages in critical credentials like CDL drivers, registered nurses, and CNAs. We're also very intentional about understanding barriers to participation, whether it's youth entering the workforce, an aging population, veterans, justice-involved individuals or justice-impacted individuals, or individuals with disabilities. We know talent exists, but access and support are key. So everything we do starts here with data and is continuously validated by our employers. Building on that data, we've directly aligned our regional priorities with the state's priorities and America's talent strategy. We are focused on sectors that drive both economic growth and opportunity. We have advanced manufacturing, healthcare, logistics, technology, construction, and energy. These sectors are not just large employers, they offer pathways to sustainable wages and long-term careers. We're also tracking emerging demand in areas like professional services, information technology, and nuclear energy, which are especially important in the East. What's important here is how we operationalize this focus. We're not just identifying sectors, we're aligning funding, training programs, and employer engagement strategies around them. That includes prioritizing ETPL programs, targeting outreach through Tennessee Works, and focusing on high-impact occupations within each sector. So this isn't theoretical, it's a deliberate alignment of data, investment, and strategy to ensure we're solving real workforce gaps while advancing state priorities. One of the most important shifts we made is moving to a truly employer-led model. We've established sector partnerships and task forces where employers are not just participants, they are leading the conversation. They're identifying the skills they need, validating training programs, and helping guide where we invest resources. Our regional sector partnerships include the Tennessee Hospitality and Tourism Association, which serves as a key intermediary, as well as industry champions who are employer partners, and they engage actively across the region, and they also advocate with other employers to bring in additional industry sectors. We're working to develop a similar approach with the nuclear sector right now. To support this, we have positioned our business and workforce directors as single points of contact, ensuring consistent engagement and strong relationship management across the region. They also actively participate in industry committees, convenings, and chamber events, allowing them to connect with a broad range of employers and partners while promoting workforce services and key initiatives. At the regional level, the Planning Council aligns all workforce development boards, so we're not operating in silos. Outreach is coordinated, messaging is consistent, and strategies are shared. We also bring in education partners, economic development, and industry associations to ensure everything is connected from talent development to business growth. The key takeaway is employers are not just advising the system, they are actively shaping the system. So once sectors are defined, the next step is building clear pathways into those careers. We're focused on creating structured, easy to navigate career pathways that allow individuals to enter and advance over time. Through stackable credentials, starting with short-term certifications and progressing to higher skilled, higher wage roles. We align closely with TCATs, community colleges, CTE programs, and training providers to ensure these pathways are consistent and accessible across the region. We are actively aligning training programs, apprenticeships, and academic pathways with evolving industry demands, including emerging sectors like nuclear, to build a sustainable, highly skilled talent pipeline. Work-based learning is at the core of this, including expanded apprenticeships, pre-apprenticeships, on-the-job training, and incumbent worker training, ensuring individuals gain skills in real work environments. By aligning curriculum, employer partnerships, and supportive services, we are creating scalable pathways that connect underserved populations to quality careers while addressing workforce shortages. Importantly, every training program is validated by employers before implementation. Ultimately, we're building a system that connects individuals to real careers and long-term advancement.
We've also made a major shift in how we deliver services, moving from fragmented programs to a coordinated regional system. Adult, dislocated worker, and youth programs are aligned through shared strategies like co-enrollment and unified case management. That allows us to serve individuals more holistically and support long-term career mobility, not just job placement. Work-based learning is embedded directly into American Job Center services, so individuals are connected to real opportunities earlier in the process. We are also very intentional about removing barriers. That means coordinating supportive services like transportation, childcare, and housing through strong partnerships with community organizations. And looking ahead, we'll be implementing the Benefits Cliff tool in 2026 to help individuals make informed decisions about career advancement and financial stability. At the end of the day, this is about helping people not just get jobs, but build sustainable, upward-moving careers. A key strength of this region is that we operate as one system, not a collection of local efforts. We braid funding across programs like WIOA, Perkins, Workforce Pell, TANF, and others to maximize impact and avoid duplication. Through TN Works, we've created a unified employer engagement approach. Employers receive consistent messaging, streamlined services, and a single point of contact, regardless of where they are in the region. We're also closely aligned with economic development partners, chambers, and industry intermediaries to ensure workforce strategies support business growth. Examples of intermediaries in the East Tennessee region are ETEC and ORAU in the nuclear sector, and the Tennessee Hospitality and Tourism Association in the hospitality and tourism sector, as previously mentioned. And for rural communities, we're expanding access through mobile and virtual service delivery. Additionally, the RPC will lead the regional rollout of the state's forthcoming AI Workforce Initiative and collaborate with local training providers to expand the availability of micro-credentials in artificial intelligence, technology, and other in-demand technical fields. This alignment is what allows us to deliver a seamless experience for both employers and job seekers. Finally, everything we've talked about is grounded in accountability. We've established clear goals tied to outcomes: employment, wage growth, credential attainment, and employer engagement. These are the metrics that matter. We will track progress through real-time dashboards, CRM systems, and state reporting tools, allowing us to monitor performance continuously. To measure impact, the RPC will track short and long-term outcomes, including placement rates, wage progression, retention, and employer satisfaction, to evaluate the effectiveness of workforce strategies and inform continuous improvement. We also conduct regular performance reviews with our regional partners to identify gaps, share best practices, and adjust strategies as needed. Just as important, we incorporate feedback both from employers and from participants to ensure our services remain relevant and effective. And ultimately, we're focused on one key question: are we moving the workforce needle? Are we meeting our goal of increasing the labor force participation rate by 0.5% annually? Are wages increasing? Are employers finding the talent they need? Specifically, projected job growth within emerging industry sectors, the region will analyze available data on industry-specific training programs and participant outcomes to assess whether the region has the necessary capacity and programs in place to support effective talent pipeline development. That commitment to measurement and continuous improvement is what ensures long-term impact. In closing, the East region is implementing a workforce strategy that is data-driven, employer-led, and fully aligned across systems. We are scaling career pathways, expanding work-based learning, and targeting investments where they deliver the greatest return for both businesses and individuals. This is how we strengthen regional competitiveness, increase labor force participation, and deliver measurable outcomes for Tennessee. Thank you. Be happy to take any questions or feedback that you've got.
Thank you, very good. Any questions for the East Regional team? Okay. Hearing none, any public comments?
It does not look like we have any public comment.
Okay, and then staff recommendation?
Chairman, the staff recommendation is that the East Regional Planning Council Regional Plan be approved.
All right, do I hear a motion to approve as presented?
Motion.
Okay, and then remember, just say your name and what plan you're approving, and then we'll get that in the minutes, and then we'll take the vote, the roll call vote.
Linda Botch, I approve the East Tennessee presentation.
Yep, and then a second? Thank you, Jackie.
Second, Jackie Akbari.
Thank you. Any discussion? Okay, I think we're ready for the vote.
Jackie Akbari.
So roll call vote, so when she calls your name.
Present.
Yep,
Approved.
Billy Dykes, proxy for Natalie Alvarez.
Aye.
Martha Axford.
Approved.
Brandy Faust, absent. Jay Baker.
Aye.
Marshall Graves, proxy for Joe Baker.
Aye.
Tim Berry.
aye.
Linda Botch.
Aye.
Representative Boyd, absent. Matthew Grove, proxy for Josh Brown.
Aye.
Suzanne Carr.
Aye.
Shannon Rosedale, proxy for Commissioner Carter.
Aye.
Billy Dykes.
Aye.
Ben Ferguson.
Aye.
Max Goldberg.
Aye.
Marshall Graves.
I'll recuse myself being on the Southeast Board.
J. Paul Jackson.
Aye.
David Jordan.
Aye.
Kelly Valcarce.
Aye.
Chrissy Freeland, proxy for Michael Hendricks.
Aye.
Sandra Long.
Aye.
Jeannie McCabe for Commissioner McWhorter.
Aye.
Kelly North.
Aye.
Mike Pogriba.
Aye.
Stuart Price, absent. Deborah Knoll for Commissioner Reynolds.
Aye.
Lee Sloan.
Aye.
David Stansel. Commissioner Denise Thomas.
Aye.
Jamie Choate for Will Trum.
Aye.
Jeff Vance. Ron Wade.
Aye.
28 in favor, 1 abstention, and 4 absences.
Whoops. Thank you, motion passes. Excellent work. Thank you very much. And efficiency, since you're already up here, you get to do now the Southeast Local Plan, right?
Yes, hello again. Again, my name is Jennifer Thacker, Business and Workforce Director for Southeast Tennessee. And on behalf of the Southeast Local Workforce Development Board, and in the absence of Executive Director Michelle Holt, I am very happy to present the Southeast Tennessee Strategic Plan modifications, along with my clicker. Thank you, Brian. Let's begin with a snapshot of the workforce landscape in Southeast Tennessee. Our region continues to experience strong economic conditions with unemployment hovering around 3.4% and a steady job growth. However, the bigger challenge is labor force participation. Too many people or individuals are disconnected from the workforce. Growth is concentrated in healthcare, hospitality and tourism, advanced manufacturing, transportation and logistics, construction, and professional and technical services, all of which are evolving and require a higher level of technical skill, digital competency, and adaptability. Employers consistently report demand for CDL drivers, production technicians, healthcare professionals, skilled trades, and emerging technology roles, including growing interest in quantum-related and AI fields. At the same time, over 90% of employers report gaps in essential workplace and employability skills. Approximately 76% of in-demand jobs require a high school diploma or less, reinforcing the importance of short-term credentials, work-based learning, and accessible entry points. Barriers including transportation, rural access, poverty, disability, and justice involvement continue to limit participation. Our focus is on reconnecting individuals to opportunity and aligning talent development with employer demand. This plan modification represents a shift from a program-centered approach to a sector-driven, employer-led system aligned with regional demand. Key strategies include expanding work-based learning, strengthening co-enrollment and integrated service delivery, scaling mobile and virtual access, aligning business engagement through Tennessee Works, and increasing braided funding. We're leveraging WIOA, apprenticeship funding, reentry grants, and rural healthcare investments to expand capacity and access. These changes are driven by labor market shifts, participant gaps identified in performance data, consistent employer feedback on skills needs, and alignment with the state plan priorities and America Talent Strategy. Together, these modifications position the system to be more responsive, integrated, and outcomes focused. Our success depends on a strong, coordinated workforce ecosystem. We work closely with education partners, including CTE, TCATs, community colleges, and adult education providers, to align training with industry demand. Alignment with economic development through the Southeast Tennessee Development District and the Southeast Industrial Development Association connects workforce strategies to regional growth and business expansion. Employers play a central role through sector task forces, helping define skills, validate credentials, and shape training pathways. For example, EPB is the employer at the forefront of conversations involving quantum technology. We also leverage intermediaries such as chambers, the Chattanooga Regional Manufacturing Association, the Chattanooga Quantum Collaborative, and apprenticeship partners to expand engagement. For example, Build Within is a US DOL-approved intermediary that is partnering locally to expand registered apprenticeship opportunities and register their federal programs with the state of Tennessee currently. This week, they announced that the Chattanooga Quantum Collaborative and Build Within launched the nation's first quantum pre-apprenticeship program that will begin this summer. It's a 12-week program designed to prepare early and mid-career professionals to lead quantum adoption in their own companies as the technology moves from research-based and into the actual field. Collaboration is formalized through MOUs, business service teams, and regional planning councils, with systems like Tennessee Works and Jobs for TN supporting shared data and coordination. Ongoing engagement through regular meetings and cross-partner collaboration and coordination ensures the system remains aligned and responsive. Our investment strategy is focused on impact, efficiency, and alignment. Funding prioritizes training, work-based learning, and supportive services that lead directly to employment and advancement, including ITAs, apprenticeships, on-the-job training, and incumbent worker training. We've improved efficiencies by reducing reliance on underutilized sites, expanding co-location with institutions like Chattanooga State Community College and TCAT Athens, and increasing virtual service delivery. A braided funding approach leverages WIOA, apprenticeship funding, reentry grants, rural healthcare initiatives, investments, and partnerships with local governments and organizations like TVA. This allows us to expand reach and services beyond formula funding. Results include over 1,700 individuals trained and significant investments in high-demand sectors. All funding decisions are aligned with state plan priorities and support sector strategies, workforce participation, and talent mobility. This slide highlights how strategy is being implemented through key initiatives. We are expanding mobile and virtual service delivery through the AJC in a Box model, with 7 active community work sites and continued collaboration with local leadership to increase access through community-based locations. So if you're wondering what AJC in a Box is, I'll give you a little quick. So it just simply means that the individuals who work in the Southeast are not going to be tethered to the brick and mortar. They are going to have a more strategic and purposeful outreach program and take the services out into the community. Work-based learning is being scaled across sectors, including on-the-job training, incumbent worker training, pre-apprenticeships, and registered apprenticeship programs. The benefits cliff tool will be implemented in 2026 to support informed career-making decisions. We're expanding services for justice-involved individuals, including career readiness training and virtual reality-based career exploration within our facilities, within our correctional facilities. We are partnering with Sunbelt Rentals to provide forklift operator training to inmates. There have been a total of 29 certificates earned thus far. Youth engagement is also growing with YEP, with 32 active youth work experience sites, and a total of 205 youth this program year have been served. And since the beginning of YEP, we have 891 youth that have been served. Very pleased about that. Each initiative includes defined funding, performance metrics, and paths of sustainability through integration with system partners. We are transforming service delivery to create a more integrated, advanced-focused system. The AJC model is evolved into a flexible, multi-access system with co-located mobile and virtual services to ensure consistent access across the region. Tennessee Works provides a unified platform for employer engagement, coordination, and performance tracking. Career pathways are aligned with high-demand sectors and supported with stackable industry-recognized credentials. In the Southeast, a standardized healthcare transfer map has been implemented. So just to speak to one sector here, standardized healthcare transfer map has been implemented to improve credential attainment and reduce disruptions by aligning accreditation and credit transfer across various partners. So there will be less disruption in dropping or people who have yet to complete their certifications or credentials. Work-based learning is embedded throughout pathways, and co-enrollment is being strengthened to provide comprehensive support. Supportive services and the benefits cliff tool further reduce barriers and support long-term advancement. So the goal is a seamless system that supports entry, progression, and career mobility. So what's at the central point of this plan is accountability. How are we going to measure it? What is the impact? Key milestones for 2026-2027 include Tennessee Works implementation, expansion of work-based learning, the rollout of the benefits cliff tool, and continued AJC modernization. Success will be measured through outcomes including the targeted 0.5% increase in labor force participation rate, improved employment and wage outcomes, increased credential attainment, and stronger employer engagement. System-level metrics include co-enrollment, partner referrals, work-based learning participation, and the use of non-WIOA funding. Return on investment will be evaluated across the youth employment, registered apprenticeships, rural initiatives, and reentry programs. We are also focused on improving efficiencies by reducing time from enrollment to employment and enhancing service delivery for job seekers and businesses. This plan provides a clear, accountable roadmap to deliver measurable impact and advance Tennessee's workforce strategy. In closing, this plan positions Southeast to deliver a more connected, employer-driven, and results-focused workforce system, one that expands opportunity, strengthens businesses, and drives long-term regional growth. Thank you. I'll take any questions you may have.
Very good. First, I like all the emphasis you're placing on the ideas and programs that have resonated with this board. You know, so taking AJC out of the brick and mortar, the youth employment, anyway, the topics that you highlighted are ones that every time they brought up here, it really resonates with the board. So thank you for that. Also, I once read an article on quantum computing for dummies. So if you need any help in that area, I think I'm pretty much an expert. Any other comments? Yes, Marshall.
Jennifer, you mentioned this benefits cliff tool. We've seen that in here. I just wonder, do you have any tactics around that? I mean, can you talk a little bit about what y'all are thinking about doing with regards to rolling that out?
That will be a state rollout. Currently, that is in Northern Middle. Amy, would you like to?
There we go. Yes, so our pilot that we have talked about at board meetings previously has launched in Northern Middle. It has been successful. We have learned from the pilot, which is the point of a pilot, right, to learn how we need to train our staff to effectively utilize the tool within our AJCs. We already have a plan developed with Assistant Commissioner Jason Cecil and his team to include that same training and the lessons learned as he trains staff to prepare for the AJC redesign launching on July 1st. So they will receive benefits cliff training and counseling training along with the other AJC redesign training that they are receiving. So July 1st, we will be prepared to move forward. It will probably take a few months to learn how to use the tool effectively and get better as we go along. But we feel like by the end of the summer, we'll be going strong with the tool in our AJCs. And it's a tool that all of our local areas are excited to implement and hopefully see an impact on labor force participation.
Thank you.
Good discussion. Any other questions? Yes, Billy.
I have a question. When we talk about employer engagement, does that include TVA?
TVA?
Yes.
Yes.
I know there's a lot going on in the valley, and especially on the nuclear side. So I was just wanting to make sure that TVA
Definitely.
is included in that employer.
On various levels, yes. We work with Jamie and Heather. We work with them. Yes, very much so. TVA is at the root of a lot of things that we do all across the state, not just in Southeast Tennessee.
Very good. And I think a lot of these topics that have resonated with this board, I think we're going to see them in presentations throughout the day. So that's good news just from the preview that I've seen. So thank you for that. Okay, any public comments on this one?
It does not appear we have any public comments, Chairman.
Okay, very good.
Board members, I see that many of you have your laptops out. If you would like to follow along from your materials in your members' SharePoint, this is the recommendation sheet that I'm reading from and highlighting commendations and also observations from the staff review. The staff review of the Southeast local plan noted many strengths, also noted that there were 7 insufficient responses in the areas of supported state initiatives, access to employment and services, and then there were a couple budget items that needed to be revised. Those revisions have already taken place, and there has also been, as I had mentioned, the review included the review of required policies and organizational documents. They have met all compliance requirements, also all budgeting requirements. And then I will also note that the Southeast Local Workforce Board has not yet received their certification assessment from the UTCIS survey and assessment project that the East cohort is set to conclude in June, so we don't have that assessment yet. But based upon those factors and all of the work that the board has done to resolve the insufficiencies that were noted, the staff recommendation is that the plan be approved.
Okay, do I hear a motion to approve the plan as recommended?
Motion to approve.
Thank you. And that was? Aye, thank you. And a second?
Ben Ferguson, second.
Thank you, Ben. Okay, I think we're ready for the roll call vote.
Jackie Akbari,
Approved, aye.
Billy Dykes, proxy for Natalie Alvarez,
Aye.
Martha Axford,
Approved.
Jay Baker,
Aye.
Marshall Graves, proxy for Joe Baker,
Aye.
Tim Berry,
Aye.
Linda Botch,
Aye.
Matthew Grove for Josh Brown,
Aye.
Suzanne Carr,
Aye.
Shannon Rosedale for Commissioner Carter,
Aye.
Billy Dykes,
Aye.
Ben Ferguson,
Aye.
Max Goldberg,
Aye.
J. Paul Marshall Graves, Marshall Graves,
I'll recuse myself being on the Southeast Board.
J. Paul Jackson,
Aye.
David Jordan,
Aye.
Kelly Valcarce for Tim Kelly,
Aye.
Chrissy Freeland for Michael Hendricks,
Aye.
Sandra Long,
Aye.
Jeannie McCabe for Commissioner McWhorter,
Aye.
Kelly North,
Aye.
Mike Pagriba,
Aye.
Deborah Knoll for Commissioner Reynolds,
Aye.
Lee Sloan,
Aye.
David Stansel,
Aye.
Commissioners Denise Thomas.
Aye.
Jamie Schote for Will Trum,
Aye.
Jeff Vance,
Aye.
Ron Wade.
Aye.
28 approvals, 1 abstention, 4 absences.
Okay, that one passes. Very good, thank you. Okay, let's hear from Brian, Northeast Local Plan.
Good morning. I'm Brian Vaughn. I'm the Program Services and Performance Coordinator for the Local Workforce Board in Northeast. I'm presenting today on behalf of Lisa Evans, the Executive Director, who could not be with us. Our board serves 8 counties in the upper corner of Tennessee: Carter, Greene, Hancock, Hawkins, Johnson, Sullivan, Unicoi, and Washington. That geography matters to everything I'm about to share with you. We're a rural car-dependent region with a median age of 45, a labor force participation rate below the state average, and an economy anchored by a handful of major employers who are telling us exactly what they need. What I want to leave with you today is a clear picture of 3 things: what our economy actually looks like right now, the 6 specific changes we're making and why, and how we're measuring whether these changes are working. Our region is nearly at full employment on paper, but that participation rate tells us that there are still significant numbers of people who aren't in the workforce at all. That gap is what our plan modifications are designed to close. Our 4 sectors, priority sectors, are direct reflections of who's hiring in our region right now. Ballot Health is our healthcare anchor They opened new behavioral health outpatient clinics in 2024 and are actively recruiting RNs, LPNs, and behavioral health technicians. In advanced manufacturing, Eastman Chemical and Snap-on Tools are shifting their operations toward automation. And East Tennessee State University launched a mechatronics engineering program in fall 2024, specifically because those employers asked for it. We have roughly 24,000 logistics jobs in the Kingsport-Bristol area and a CDL pipeline that's shrinking. Northeast State Community College runs the aviation technology pathway that takes workers from a safety certification all the way to an airframe and power plant licensure. And those are the kinds of stackable credentials our region is building. Then there are the barriers that make it hard for workers to show up in the first place. Transportation is the most consistent one. Our region is car dependent, public transit is limited, and rural services gaps affect all our counties. Childcare unavailability is real. We're also actively serving a justice-involved population through our TDOC Day Reporting Center partnership. And this summer, as others have mentioned, we're excited about the launch of the Tennessee Benefits Cliff Dashboard, so workers can actually see what they stand to gain or lose as their earnings go up. We have 6 modifications. Each are a direct response to something we heard from employers or saw in our data. 1, employer validation is now required before we owe a training investment. Not a single ITA gets funded unless an employer confirms they will hire someone with that credential. 2, work-based learning is the first offer. OJT, registered apprenticeship, and pre-apprenticeships are the default pathways. Currently, we have 16 apprenticeship sponsors and 136 active apprentices. We're growing that to 20 sponsors and 150 apprentices by the end of PY27, including new nuclear energy sector work tied to the expansion underway in Oak Ridge. 3, we have a geography problem in Northeast. Fortunately, virtual appointments and mobile units launched this summer. Our AI literacy micro-badge program, based on USDOL's AI literacy framework, launched yesterday in our AJCs, and that's through our partnership with Cloudwise Academy. All Northeast AJC staff will receive training and certification on May 21st, and board staff will follow after May 15th. Our employers tell us digital proficiency is now a baseline hiring requirement. Who better to lead that change than our existing staff? 4, every person enrolled in our National Dislocated Worker Grant was routed into our sector pipelines. When this grant ends, those worker and employer relationships stay in our system. 5, YEP expansion. We are planning for 440 youth work experiences, with 50% of those in in-demand industries. We're using the EconoView platform to match placements to sectors actually hiring. And 6, we're adding 4 local metrics beyond federal reporting. We want to know if our placements are keeping pace with that. And more about those in a moment. I won't walk through every panel here, but I will say that our education partners aren't just on a list. Northeast State Community College validated our aviation and healthcare credentials with employers before those programs were funded. TCAT Elizabethan's welding and practical nursing programs are directly tied to open requisitions at Eastman Chemical and Ballard Health. ETSU, as I mentioned, has built a new engineering program because our manufacturing employers asked for it. That's not routine. That's a regional system at work. On the community side, our partnerships with the Department of Corrections Day Reporting Center and the Northeast Tennessee Recovery Coalition are how we reach the populations that traditional AJC intake misses. In PY 26-27, we're formalizing CBOs serving justice-involved individuals and foster youth through updated MOUs, because those are the people in our area who most need a pathway in. Our total portfolio this program year is $10.1 million. And our NDWG deserves a moment. With just over $3 million deployed, we have 96% allocated, 196 participants at 21 work sites. In addition to the NDWG, I want to highlight one physical metric this board should know. Our year-to-date direct participant cost spend is at 70%. That means 7 of every $10 in this portfolio is reaching a participant directly, not administration, not overhead. First Tennessee Development District serves as our single point fiscal agent. All non-WEO programs are administered by existing staff, no new hires, no additional overhead. Every provider contract is performance-based. Programs that don't produce employment outcomes are redesigned or defunded. The left column is our operating principle. Every service we offer in Northeast is aligned to one of our priority sectors. Work-based learning is the first offer. And before we fund any credential, our sector partnerships have validated that employers in our region are hiring people who hold it. In the right column are examples of what that actually looks like in real life for a worker in our area. And as an example, advanced manufacturing, certified production technician plus to mechatronics to the automation specialist pathway could be a worker at Eastman going from entry level to an engineering credential without leaving the job. As I highlighted earlier, in addition to the federal performance measures and state KPIs, which we are continuing to track, we are adding 4 metrics that our board reviews every quarter. 1, time to employment, how long from AJC registration to a job offer. 2, 90-day job placement conversion rate. 3, referral to enrollment rate, because our TDOC and Recovery Coalition referrals are only valuable if they actually convert to enrollment. And 4, average wage versus the Northeast median. That last one keeps us honest. The East region median wage grew almost 8.5% last year. We need to know if we're placing people into that growth or below it. And on the return to investment side, YEP tracks employer satisfaction and 90-day retention on all 440 placements. Registered apprenticeship tracks employer return on investment, retention and productivity, because those 20 employer sponsors are making a significant cost match investment, and we owe them a return. And for reentry, we track referral to employment through our local CBO partnerships specifically, and outcomes justify continuing them. Northeast Tennessee is a region with specific assets and constraints. Healthcare is expanding and needs credentialed workers. Advanced manufacturing is automating and needs technicians. The I-81 corridor needs CDL drivers, and we have workers on the sidelines in all 8 of our counties who want to fill those jobs but face real barriers getting to the start line. Our plan modifications are built around those specific realities. Employer validation, work-based learning as the default, mobile and virtual access, disaster recovery integrated into sector strategy, youth experience expansion, and local metrics that go beyond what is required. We're grateful for the State Board's partnership and welcome your questions.
Very good. First of all, I like what you're measuring and how you're measuring it, so thank you for those metrics. I particularly like that you're primarily funding the programs that work and defunding the programs that aren't working. So keep that up. Those kind of metrics and measurements resonate with this board. Do you know, you mentioned the impact of the storm, Helene. Is there any percentage that says that storm impacted our participation rate by however many percent? Like you're at 58% participation. Do you know what impact the storm had on that participation?
I have not seen any data that reflects that.
Okay, thank you. Other questions?
May I?
Yes.
Your first point was validation that jobs were available for training, which I think sounds very practical. And I just wonder, what's the process look like for that? Are employers making commitments to that, or how do you go about that work?
That's the direction that we are heading. At our last local board meeting, I shared with the training providers who were there that, we're in the process of making a lot of changes. And one of those changes are that the employers are going to drive what's on our ETPLs.
Sounds like a great idea. Simply put.
Other questions? Oh, hi.
Brian, thank you for the presentation. I have a question. You mentioned that 7 out of every $10 goes to the participant. I know this has been a specific area of focus for us to obviously funnel more dollars into participants. Can you talk a little bit about how your area has had success in doing that?
I don't have any information on that, but I'm happy to provide a written response.
Thank you. I think that would be great to maybe utilize and how we can help drive that across the system. Thank you.
Yeah, again, that's a metric we like seeing. So any best practices that you can provide to the other plans, that would be great. Okay, any public comment?
No public comment, but Mr. Chairman, if I can just put for procedural clarity, it appears that we have another board member that joined, Mr. Stuart Price, is
Okay.
present now for the votes going forward.
Thank you, so we'll add him to the roll. Okay, recommendation from the staff?
The staff review noted strengths as well as 7 insufficient responses in areas supporting state initiatives and elements, mainly lacking detail on some of the impact measures, expansion of registered apprenticeship, and JBSG and youth programmatic compliance. I think that, Chairman, I was glad to hear you comment on the impact measures. I think that shows the benefit of the partnership between the staff review and final presentations. We worked on those, and those insufficiencies were resolved, and impact measures are now strong the way that this board desires. The review also included fiscal and budgeting components. Those were all sufficient. Northeast plan, our Northeast board has not yet received a final assessment from UTCIS, as the East cohort has yet to conclude. But based on all of those factors, the staff recommendation is that the plan be approved.
Very good. Do I hear a motion to approve the plan as recommended?
Marshall Graves making a motion to approve the Northeast plan as presented.
Thank you, Marshall. And a second?
A second.
Thank you, Ron. Any other discussion? All right, I think we're ready for the vote.
Jackie Akbari,
Approved, aye.
Billy Dykes for Natalie Alvarez,
Aye.
Martha Axford,
Approved.
Brandy Faust for Senator Paul Bailey, Jay Baker,
Aye.
Marshall Graves for Joe Baker,
Aye.
Jason Bates,
Proxy Ben Ferguson, aye.
Tim Berry,
Aye.
Linda Botch,
Aye.
State Representative Clark Boyd, Matthew Grove for Josh Brown,
Aye.
Suzanne Carr,
Aye.
Shannon Rosedale for Commissioner Carter,
Aye.
Billy Dykes,
Aye.
Ben Ferguson,
Aye.
Max Goldberg,
Aye.
Marshall Graves,
Aye.
J. Paul Jackson,
Aye.
David Jordan,
Aye.
Kelly Vacarsi for Tim Kelly,
Aye.
Chrissy Freeland for Michael Hendricks,
Aye.
Sandra Long,
Aye.
Jeannie McCabe for Commissioner McWhorter,
Aye.
Kelly North,
Aye.
Mike Pagriba,
Aye.
Stuart Price,
Aye.
Deborah Knoll for Commissioner Reynolds,
Aye.
Lee Sloan,
Aye.
David Stansel,
Aye.
Commissioner Denise Thomas,
Aye.
Jamie Schote for Will Trum,
Aye.
Jeff Vance,
Aye.
Ron Wade.
Aye.
Approved, 1 abstention, 2 absences.
Thank you. Okay, I think we're ready to hear from EL for the East Local Plan.
Good morning, I'm E.L. Morton with the East Tennessee Local Workforce Board. We go from Scott County to Claiborne County along the Kentucky border, and then Cocke County to Monroe County along the North Carolina border, and the 16 counties in between. I'd like to thank our Board Vice Chair, Rebecca Harmon, for attending today. My purpose is to present this plan to you to gain your approval. Our economic snapshot has some good news on it. That figure on the upper left is the regional number, but half of those jobs that we've seen grow are actually in our 16-county area in the last 2 years. Energy, specifically nuclear energy, leads the way today with historic investments in 3,000 new high-wage jobs announced since 2024. Advanced manufacturing paces along nuclear, as does professional services, and we've attracted several workers. And so with that workforce growing, healthcare is also a significant sector for us. What makes us unique is right now we're in a nuclear employment perfect storm. Knoxville's higher education platform gives us a good stance to grow the professional side and the education side, and we have affordable quality of life. Our sector strategy work in the tourism sector, postured for regional expansion, also lends its blueprint to the nuclear sector strategy growing across our region and state. Our plan is built on the 5 pillars from the Plan for the Golden Age: industry-driven systems, worker mobility, integrated systems, accountability, flexibility, and innovation. Our vision is to provide a high-performance employer-driven workforce system that connects every Tennessean, especially youth, veterans, justice involved, and those facing a variety of barriers, along with the general public. We construct and provide meaningful career pathways, industry-valued credentials, and economic self-sufficiency. We are industry-driven, and the healthcare, energy, advanced manufacturing, and professional sectors will be front and center of our efforts in the coming 2 years. Unprecedented investments from Orano, Centrus, Radiant, Type 1 Energy, BWXT, and the Tennessee Valley Authority will drive other sectors over the next 2 years to reach a hiring boom expected in 2028. That follows a robust construction effort that is happening today. One caveat to that slide: this is the 2-year update, and we have not stopped working hospitality and tourism in our sector strategies, and it's a bellwether and an example for the sector strategy growth that we want in nuclear. Talented, dedicated partners create integrated systems. What you won't see on there are traditional partners that are still very much involved, but our universities, our community colleges, and our TCATs are still very much involved, but these are the highlights for the next 2 years. Our education partners, UT Center for Industrial Services is a partner that you know as a consultant, but they've also developed a workforce development curriculum that is enhancing our caseworker workforce, our administrator workforce, to go above and beyond where we are now. The AIRS Foundation mentors and guides career exploration and academic plans within our distressed and at-risk rural high schools. Junior Achievement provides experiential career exploration for 1,100 fifth graders every year, and they program through high school with several other programs. The 865 Academy is Knox County's CTE program that does much the same and drives student career and education plans into our local economy. The Association of General Contractors, for the first time, will have 48 apprentices with us this year, getting funding through our system. And we look forward to branding within the Tennessee Works canopy and shifting to a regional planning council staff stance along with our local staff. The East Tennessee Economic Council and the Oak Ridge Corridor Development Corporation are new and exciting partners on the economic development side. And finally, I want to mention Heroes Hill, an initiative by our Clio, Mayor Glenn Jacobs, It's a tiny homes village for homeless veterans, and we have a workforce component there. And the tiny homes are being built by the Knox County CTE students. Worker mobility happens by design, and it requires flexibility and innovation. For justice involved, the disabled, and those living in remote rural Tennessee, the challenges are even greater. To that end, we will work closely with Heroes Hill so those folks can return to work. We will accelerate federal, state, and county inmates into good jobs with our PROUD grants and our CRRG grants. We just enrolled 9 more CRRG enrollees from county and state facilities last week. We will ride a wave of rural broadband expansion by providing laptops and internet subscriptions to job seekers. We plan to mobilize caseworkers in an expanded fleet of cars to conduct workforce business in libraries, churches, National Guard armories, and remote rural retail sites expanding across East Tennessee. We'll meet the customers where they are. Accountability is paramount, and integration is too, especially with shrinking funds. This chart reflects a fairly traditional distribution of funds across adult dislocated worker and youth categories. It reflects our 24-25 programming year. The state staff guidance is to plan for approximately 90% of that funding for next year. We hope that holds. I want to draw your attention to that small but meaningful slice of big orange at the top. At 2.9% of our funding, the apprenticeship slice is poised to expand, maybe, hopefully, with federal funds, according to what we're hearing from the federal side. But also in willing nuclear employers like Orano, Type 1 Energy, Radiant, BWXT, and Centrus, and Tennessee Valley Authority, who want to pour gas on the fire of pre-apprenticeship, along with the American Museum of Science and Energy, Ayers Foundation, Junior Achievement, the 865 Academy, and the East Tennessee Economic Council. We are accountable for our funding, but also accountable to seize this pre-apprenticeship momentum churning right now in East Tennessee. Apprenticeship creates worker mobility through stackable credentials. And apprenticeship is postured in East Tennessee to accelerate our nuclear workforce. Workforce Pell allows us to break longer-term learning programs into 30, 60, and 90-day training programs that are in demand now. Ayers, 865, Junior Achievement help advertise pipelines and build and hold interest of K-12 students. The East Tennessee Regional Planning Council is poised to integrate a robust tourism sector strategy, region and statewide, and it is a blueprint and a path for the nuclear sector strategy over the next 2 years. Our traditional measuring sticks are still valid. In a rapidly changing world, we're still going to rely on them. But over the next 2 years, we expect measuring outcomes within sectors will tell us if we are moving the right needle and at the right time. What are your questions to our 2-year plan update?
Well, thank you. Can you expand just a little more on the fleet service for the rural?
We have 2 cars in the footprint right now that are moving our caseworkers. And we know that we have to reduce our physical footprint. With the resources we gain there, we want to put our caseworkers on the road. And I know we can ask them to drive their own vehicles, but that's not competitive, and it doesn't keep our caseworkers in our footprint. So we want to put the money into moving them to where the customer is.
Very good.
We're going to expand it by at least 2 to 3 vehicles.
Okay. All right, what questions do you have? Yes, please.
EL, your growth numbers are fantastic, by the way, and I know a lot of that's being driven by the atomic energy, nuclear energy sector. That maybe you can just give me a little bit of visibility. Like that seems like a lot, right? There's a lot of opportunity there. That may be a significant sort of spot in our heat map across the state for growth, so it's a pretty big challenge. So I just wonder how you guys are sort of seeing that. And
Well, those companies that I mentioned are between 175 and 300 each.
yeah.
But we're also seeing growth in healthcare as well. So it's more than we can do now. We have to grow. We have to attract. We're talking to them about ideas like company-owned housing projects that
Okay.
Chairman Berry is very familiar with. We'd like for some of that to replicate in that area. It doesn't have to be on the property. It can be in the community. That we're talking to very seriously with those employers about those kind of ideas to draw more folks here.
It's more than just training, right? I mean, so housing, training, what other areas are really challenged for that? I mean,
Well, transportation is consistently a challenge. So if you move your workforce to the job site, you reduce that transportation bogey significantly. So, and we feel like even though all the acreage in Oak Ridge is spoken for, there's still opportunity out there in the community for housing solutions.
thank you.
Other questions?
Chairman,
Yes,
Ms. Sandra
Sandra.
Long, I have one quick question for EL. So with all of our investment, was there any type of study that was done that showed the gap in what we had to fill the nuclear jobs that are coming to your location or to the east side of Tennessee?
Well, we've just joined the East Tennessee Economic Council that is tracking everything that is coming. And they're walking very closely with the employers who are deconstructing the skill sets they need. Type 1 energy is fusion energy. It doesn't exist. So they're breaking down the skill sets and the training to support those new jobs out there to determine those numbers. But we're like everybody else in Tennessee. We've got a great attraction quality, but we need more workers.
Understood. Thank you.
Yes, Linda.
EL, thank you for your presentation. I would like for you to expand possibly on the incarcerated involved reentry program.
Yes. So we're implementing the PROUD grant right now that is specifically for federal prisoners coming out and going back to work. Our goal is 40, and we're rapidly approaching halfway, but our goal is 40 through 2027. And then in the community reentry grant for the state and the county inmates that are returning, we just enrolled 9, which brings us to 20, at least halfway on the goal for those. TCAT Knoxville is our hub. For the federal prisoners, they must come through the single facility in our area that's in Knoxville. So TCAT Knoxville is postured real well for a bus ride across town to come to class. We started with the heavy equipment operators course. It will not put you on the bulldozer on day one, but it'll put you in that environment with a good stance to learn. And then we've expanded to the pipe fitting course for actually the 9 folks coming through the CRRG last week. Most of them went into the pipe fitting course. And so we're slowly expanding those offerings. We had a request for culinary, so we're working to build that as well. So we want to offer everything that we can. And as we look at implementing Workforce Pell in smaller stackable chunks, that will open up more opportunities for folks coming out of incarceration too.
Thank you.
Yeah, you think, okay, well, gosh, how are you going to attract all the people with any kind of nuclear knowledge and education? But you're talking about the infrastructure, the construction, because none of that can happen without all the construction and everything that has to go with that. And then all the support services in that town as the population grows. You've got to feed them, you've got to house them, you've got to, they got to do banking and all the healthcare, all the things. So I can see the domino effect there.
It is. The supply chain, we probably have about a 70% estimate on what the supply chain is going to be. But there's more room for growth there too.
Very good. Other questions? All right, any public comment?
No public comment, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Amy, what's the recommendation from the team?
The staff review provided accommodations on a notable strengthening of the overall four-year plan based upon these modifications. Tremendous growth in the plan since the four-year plan was turned in. The modifications were strong. There were two areas that needed revision in programmatic compliance, two in budgeting. Those have all four been resolved. They have met all fiscal and budgeting components. And as noted, East cohort still has yet to complete their UTCIS board assessment, but the East board has done previous work with UTCIS and maintains relationship with them. So based on all of those factors, the staff recommendation is that the plan be approved.
Very good. Do I hear a motion to approve the plan as recommended?
Jackie,
J. Paul Jackson, I move that we approve the East Local Plan as recommended.
Very good. Thank you, J. Paul. Second?
Sandra Long, second.
Sandra's going to second. All right. Any further discussion? All right. I think we're ready for a roll call vote.
Jackie Akbari,
Approved, aye.
Billy Dykes for Natalie Alvarez,
Aye.
Martha Axford,
Approved.
Brandy Faust for Senator Paul Bailey, Jay Baker,
Aye.
Marshall Graves for Joe Baker,
Aye.
Jason Bates, Tim Berry,
Aye.
Linda Botch,
Aye.
State Representative Clark Boyd, Matthew Grove for Josh Brown,
Aye.
Suzanne Carr,
Aye.
Shannon Rosedale for Commissioner Carter,
Aye.
Billy Dykes,
Aye.
Ben Ferguson,
Aye.
Max Goldberg,
Aye.
Marshall Graves,
Aye.
J. Paul Jackson,
Aye.
David Jordan,
Aye.
Kelly Valcarce for Tim Kelly,
Aye.
Chrissy Freeland for Michael Hendricks,
Aye.
Sandra Long,
Aye.
Jenny McCabe for Commissioner McWhorter,
Aye.
Kelly North,
Aye.
Mike Pogriba,
Aye.
Stuart Price,
Aye.
Deborah Knoll for Commissioner Reynolds,
Aye.
Lee Sloan,
Aye.
David Stansel,
Aye.
Commissioner Denise Thomas,
Aye.
Jamie Schote for Will Trump,
Aye.
Jeff Vance,
Aye.
Ron Wade.
Aye.
30 approvals, 3 absences.
Very good. That one passes. So we are doing really good with our schedule, so let's keep up with that. Let's take a break, and we'll start precisely at 10:15 with the next presentations. All right, Selena and Nestor, are you ready? All right.
I'm going to let you hold that.
Okay, thank you for your attention. We'll get started.
Good morning, Commissioner Thomas, Chairman Barry, and State Board members. My name is Selena Moore, and this is my colleague Nestor Reyes, and we serve as the two business and workforce directors here in the Middle Tennessee region. Today, we're going to present a unified regional workforce plan that aligns employer demand with career pathways, measurable goals, and coordinated strategies across all of our 40 counties. Middle Tennessee's labor market remains one of the most dynamic in the state, driven by sustained job growth, strong employer demand across multiple sectors. This snapshot frames the workforce priorities guiding the 26-27 Middle Tennessee Regional Plan modifications. The region saw moderate economic growth, with Nashville and Clarksville driving most of those gains. Total employment in the Middle region reached a little over 1.3 million, with an increase of over 9,500 jobs. Our labor force participation rate hovers at 65.5%, which is higher than the statewide average, and our unemployment rate remains low at 3.5%. Employers report skill gaps in clinical and technical competencies, automation, digital literacy, logistics operations, and essential workplace skills, which in the Middle region we've heard a lot called power skills. Critical barriers still continue to limit our talent supply, including transportation and childcare challenges that you've heard in the past presentations, higher disability-related unemployment, and the concentration of job growth in metro areas, which do leave our rural employers struggling to hire and retain workers. Poverty and non-labor force participation rates are higher in the southern middle and upper Cumberland regions, creating localized talent shortages that impact our regional growth. Addressing and removing these barriers are critical to strengthening our talent pipeline. We must somehow balance metro growth with rural workforce strategies to ensure employers across the 40-county region can compete for and retain talent. Our state-aligned priority sectors are advanced manufacturing, healthcare, logistics, construction, and energy, with a special edition that includes for the Middle Tennessee region retail, hospitality and tourism, and educational services. Employers continue hiring for key roles that support our regional growth, such as nurses, healthcare practitioners, CDL drivers, machinists, welders, industrial maintenance techs, entry to mid-level IT positions that require those digital skills, and logistics workers with forklift certifications and PPE training. We will continue to align our ETPL offerings and short-term credentials with employer-defined needs by expanding our registered apprenticeship programs and our pre-apprenticeship pathways, and prioritizing digital and AI upskilling across industry sectors. This sector-driven approach advances state priorities while also directly addressing the specific occupations, credentials, and regional workforce gaps identified by our employers. Our sector strategies are truly employer-driven, with businesses actively shaping priorities and our funding investments, and execution through active industry partnerships with our chambers, local health councils, industry roundtables, manufacturing roundtables, while also designing customized training courses and validating industry-recognized credentials, and supporting work-based learning opportunities that you've heard in the past, such as registered apprenticeship programs, pre-apprenticeships, on-the-job training, and incumbent worker training. The Regional Planning Council centrally coordinates all three of our local workforce boards, the business and workforce directors, our American Job Centers, adult education, vocational rehab, our TCATs and community colleges, CTE directors, other state agencies, our economic development stakeholders, and other intermediaries that turn employer needs into training strategies and measurable employment outcomes. And when sector needs require policy or operational changes, we act by streamlining employer engagement services, implementing consistent TN-Works messaging to simplify the employer's experience with us, and aligning our local board membership to reflect those in-demand sectors. In short, our sector leadership model is structured, accountable, and driven by the businesses who ultimately hire the talent that we're developing. I want to take a moment. You'll see the Middle Tennessee Hospitality and Tourism Task Force. This is something new in the Middle region. We were the last to pull together our task force, but we did it in partnership with the Greater Nashville Hospitality Association and the Tennessee Hospitality and Tourism Association as our intermediaries. And it was one of the things that Commissioner Ezell wanted for all of the grand regions. And so we've had 2 meetings, so it is still very new. We had 54 educational partners and employers attend the last meeting. And so Northern Middle, we are working with Vanderbilt to do a culinary, kind of like incumbent worker training for them. And then something new, listening to our employers, the Middle Tennessee utility districts, we've had several come to us, and there's a shortage of wastewater treatment operators and linemen. And so we've got 3 utility districts, 1 in Northern Middle, 2 in Southern Middle, that we're working to form a utility district council to develop training, customized training for them, because it's a 4-year process to get your wastewater treatment certification. They are leaving the industry in 5 to 7 years. So we have a lot of work to do, but that council, I hope in the next year, you will hear more about that. And I'm going to turn it over to Nestor.
Good morning, everyone. The Middle Tennessee region operates and coordinates service delivery model designed to help people enter careers and advance employment. Adult dislocated worker and youth programs are aligned through the RPC and our American Job Center, so intake, outreach, and referrals are shared, reducing duplication and speeding up placements and opportunities. Work-based learning in our top sectors in demand is healthcare, manufacturing, post-secondary, and work-based learning, bridging classroom education with real-world class experience through apprenticeship, internships, and employer partnership. Our ETPLS training providers that ensure quality, accountability, and alignment with our regional labor needs and demands. As she had just mentioned before, when the tourism, and we started this, we included Vanderbilt and other and invited, and we've had a feedback of interaction with opportunities for the ETPLS to just be part of the team to emphasize not just your managers, but also your mainline individuals, your servers. How do we get micro certifications? And we could do that as we move along. We deploy targeted strategies, as we have just emphasized, and for our priority populations, focused outreach, alignment, also work-based learning, and partnerships with vocational rehab to co-design pathways for youth and individuals with disabilities. Focused on outreach and sector-aligned work experiences for youth between the ages of 14 and 16. Pre-apprenticeships on ramps and cross-agency referrals for justice-involved individuals. Military skills mapping and benefits counseling for our veterans using our DevOps and levers in our AJC. Also including supportive services that are intentionally aligned and employment goals. We coordinate transportation vouchers, child care subsidies, virtual and mobile AJCs. When we speak about these integrated service delivery and work mobility in the Middle Tennessee, we want to talk about program alignment, dislocated worker, as I mentioned before, work-based learning opportunities such as OJTs, IWTs, and apprenticeship, pre-apprenticeships that are supported by AJC deliveries. As you have heard, that is being redesigned so that it's not just a brick and mortar, but where the services are needed to go there. Finally, we will be integrating the benefits clip tool regionally, while wide in the late summer of 2026, so we can so our participants and case managers can see how work and training affect public benefits and make informed choices. What that means is when a person gets a raise, that raise might place them in a position of where, hey, I got a raise, but it doesn't benefit me at all to get the raise. So that's a conversation that we have. It will be developed and employee-validated pathways to help the employer just make a pathway where it will be beneficial for the employee. Remove barriers that block participation and support long-term assignments and employment. The Regional Planning Council is, as you see here, shared performance goals and accountability, local work board alignment, coordinations of intermediaries, mobile and virtual service strategies, graded funding for successes, and TN Works. TN Works is one of the platforms where all the employers can just see what services are provided. They no longer have to go to 50 connections. They can go to one platform where they can see there are services that are available for them, to them, and how we can emphasize their support. Not just for jobs for TN for employees, but this is more for the employer, that we can just focus on, hey, what's your need? How can we service you? How can Tennessee be a place where your company can explore and explode? The alignment ensures employers to get the same experience whether they engage in Davidson County or any rural community 100 miles away. We hold ourselves to share performance goals and regional accountability through Jobs for TN and state KPI metrics are still a single source of truth. With standardized data entry and quarterly KPI reviews, this lets us know and see and acknowledge employer penetration, credential attainment, placements, and wage progression in real time so the RPC can act quickly. A core element of our unified employer strategy is TN Works. As mentioned before, TN Works operationalized through cross-training of our business and workforce directors and partner state agency, so every employer hears the same message and receives a single point of contact, a seamless service. Next, please. Plan, do, act, and check. This is something that our Deputy Commissioner Scott has shared with us, and just regional goals and action steps, define metrics, tracking and reporting, moving the needle, and continuous improvement. Thank you for your time. Are there any questions?
All right, what questions do you have for the team? Yes, Jackie.
Hi, well, this is very near and dear to my heart. There's so much business relocation and expansion coming into your area. Can you share some of the employers that you're working with and how that is being integrated into what you're doing?
So prior to coming to here 2 days ago, prior to coming 2 days ago, I had the opportunity, if anybody knows about Wayne County, it is a very small, rural, one-stop like town. They are doing, I shared with Commissioner, they're doing, they're a lumber yard. They are automating their lumber planer facility. And so under TN Works, that was something, when I came to the table, ECD was there, our post-secondary, our K-12 was there. So that is something, that will be spread around regional that we will see, but that is just one employer off the top of my head. Ultium Sales, we work with them in Spring Hill. They are doing, they laid off about 700 in the fall. I'm sure everybody saw that on the news. They are actually calling all of theirs back. They are expanding into doing like the data servers. They're going to do the battery cells for the data servers. And so we're working with them to grow their apprenticeship program because we and they did not know what their skill set was going to be until they did a deeper dive into what it would take. So we are growing their registered apprenticeship, and we're looking to grow pathways for pre-apprenticeships in the surrounding high schools for that. Does that answer your question?
Sure, that's helpful. Do we think the job growth will come from the relocation and expansion or more from the training program opportunities as referenced?
I think the growth and expansion, and then we will, work with the companies way ahead of time to get our people ready, the workers ready for that.
Thank you.
And if I may further inform your question, the Army Aviation that was here, the summit that was here, I was granted the opportunity to engage businesses and enhance the opportunity for Tennessee to see the works that we could be able to facilitate them, the opportunities for their businesses to come here through TN Works. And so through TN Works, we open the doors for, companies that just come to visit Tennessee, and just through conversation alone, the opportunities that were afforded us for me to say, hey, this is what we have in Tennessee. How can we help you move to Tennessee? Or do you have companies, subcontracted companies that you are available here so that we can support them through retraining, through IWTs, through incoming worker training programs that we can support, not just for them to just stay, but retrain the same core group of employees that they have so they can be successful. Not just a living, but a successful.
Billy, you had a question?
Yeah, I have a question about the Middle Tennessee Utility District apprenticeships. How many of the utility districts are participating in that, and do you have an idea how many apprentices are also engaged in those programs?
So this is a very new. We were brought to the table in the end of February. And so right now there is 3, one in Franklin, and then one in Lawrence County, one in Fayetteville. And so they collectively decided that wastewater treatment was their most needed occupation. We are still in the planning phases. The ball is in their court to get back with us, but they have decided to collectively do a utility district council in partnership with Columbia State and the local TCATs. And so we're working closely with them. They have not given us, I think there was about a 35 participant number when I left that conversation. We are hoping it grows. They've done a lot of, I was surprised when I came in because they had already did a lot of the legwork. Kevin Bird with Tennessee Utility District Association was in that meeting, and he is the one that does a lot of pre-apprenticeships with the high schools for utility occupations, and so he is also a partner. And so one of the main barrier that we were seeing is it takes 4 years to complete the training, get the certification. The state testing to get that certification was only given twice a year. So if you missed it, you had to wait 6 months. They have already did the legwork and removed that barrier, so now that the wastewater treatment operators can go take that certification any time of year. So we're hoping that will get the snowball, the ball rolling for them to get the program registered. But it was exciting to see somebody, bring that idea, because one of the utility districts, 3 to 5 years, they were gonna lose their 2 wastewater treatment operators, and they had no succession plan. The other 2 utility districts, they had a window of 5 to 7 years. And so the conversation is happening pretty quick, because if it takes 4 years to get that certification, that's too long. So I'm excited about this project.
Very good.
Thank you.
All right, I'll ask for public comment.
No public comment, Mr. Chairman. If I could just announce briefly for the record, let's see, Board Member Josh Brown is now present and is taking over for his proxy, Matthew Grove.
Thank you. All right, recommendation from the staff.
I wanted to note that the staff review noted for Middle Regional Planning Council, as well as all of our regional planning councils, west and east, that the Regional Planning Council would be responsible for updating their regional plan tracker. If you recall from our 2024 four-year plans, we used a tracker to help this board measure and hold accountable our local boards and regional planning councils to the strategies and initiatives that they presented to you. We continue to track those and make those available to you every meeting. The Regional Planning Council will continue to do that and really be in charge of tracking those milestones for the region and the accountability measures, so that the plans don't just sit on a shelf, but they remain active strategic roadmaps throughout the next 2 years. So I did want to note that. The staff review recommendation resulted in a recommendation of approval.
Very good, thank you. Do I hear a motion to accept the plan as recommended?
David Stansel moves to approve the Middle Regional Plan as presented.
Thank you, David. And a second?
Second.
Thank you, Stuart. Any further discussion? Okay, I think we're ready for the roll call vote.
Jackie Akbari.
Approved, aye.
Billy Dykes for Natalie Alvarez.
Aye.
Martha Axford.
Approved.
Brandy Faust for State Senator Paul Bailey. Jay Baker.
Aye.
Marshall Graves for Joe Baker.
Aye.
Jason Bates. Tim Berry.
Aye.
Linda Botch.
Recuse as a board member of the Southern Middle.
State Representative Clark Boyd. Josh Brown.
Aye.
Suzanne Carr.
Aye.
Shannon Rosedale for Commissioner Carter.
Aye.
Billy Dykes.
Aye.
Ben Ferguson.
Aye.
Max Goldberg.
Aye.
Marshall Graves.
Aye.
J. Paul Jackson.
Aye.
David Jordan.
Aye.
Kelly Valcarce for Tim Kelly.
Aye.
Chrissy Freeland for Michael Hendricks.
Aye.
Sandra Long.
Aye.
Jenny McCabe for Commissioner McWhorter.
Aye.
Kelly North.
Aye.
Mike Pogreba.
Recuse Northern Middle.
Stuart Price.
Aye.
Deborah Knoll for Commissioner Reynolds.
Aye.
Lee Sloan.
Aye.
David Stansel.
Aye.
Commissioner Janice Thomas.
Aye.
Jamie Schote for Will Trum.
Aye.
Jeff Vance.
Aye.
Ron Wade.
Aye.
28 approvals, 2 abstentions, 3 absences.
Passes, and I think Siri approves as well, so. All right. Let's hear from Northern Middle.
Good morning. I'm trying to figure out if I'm special or if I'm a problem because they gave me a special mic, so I think I'm a problem. My name is Marla Rye. I'm the Executive Director of the Northern Middle Tennessee Workforce Board. This is my 37th year in workforce development, and I've seen a lot of changes during that time. I will tell you that I want to say thank you to Commissioner Thomas, to her team, and to you as a state workforce board, because the innovation in the plan and the waivers is needed now more than ever. And I will tell, and I'll quote Commissioner Thomas's words, we needed bold, innovative, disruptive change, and we're ready to implement that in Northern Middle. So give you a few quick steps to recap the snapshot of the Northern Middle workforce area. In terms of population, labor force, jobs, we are over 1/3 of the state of Tennessee in our one workforce area. Our sectors that are priority as defined in the state plan: healthcare, IT, professional jobs, construction, logistics. You can see we are a major area with over 1/3 of the state of Tennessee. Jackie, you mentioned over the next 5 years, there's projected 200 people will move to Tennessee every day. 100 of those will be in Northern Middle. That's a pipeline of talent coming in. So, what are some of the things that we're very proud of in Northern Middle? My friend Jenny back there showed me the Tennessee Economic Development Annual Report. We ranked #1 for the most jobs committed in 2025, and Davidson County ranked #1 for the most jobs landed, or the most projects landed, at 6. So we've got a lot of activity going on. 2026 is off to a great start with Starbucks. Create Energy is creating 1,000 jobs in the Sumner and Robertson County area. Again, that lines with the state's nuclear and energy sector policy. Not only that, though, we have advanced manufacturing and refining with Korea Zinc. It's a $6.6 billion investment in Montgomery County and 420 jobs. Specific to here in Davidson County, we have the hospitality and tourism, and working very closely with Mayor O'Connell's office and Justin Atkinson in the back. They are developing a career pathway in music and business. And, you know, when your video goes viral on TikTok and you created a new trend, we got to make sure that those singers and songwriters are getting their royalties. So that's a job that we're looking at. This is the 2-year modification of our 4-year plan. What are we doing? We are very focused on an employer-driven system in Northern Middle, and we're strengthening our partnerships with business and industry, and particularly industry associations. You're going to hear from Farrell Thomas in just a minute from the Tennessee Hospital Association, but also the Tennessee Manufacturing Association and the Greater Nashville Hospitality Associations are organizations that we're working with. Accountability and outcomes. The board is very focused on accountability. We've done a quantitative data analysis of our American Job Centers. As of June 30th, we are going to be closing 8 centers across the Northern Middle workforce area. That's a savings of about $332,000. In addition, we're incorporating technology, so we're going to be developing a mobile app that we're going to put in place in July that's going to cut down on enrollment time for participants from around 120 minutes down to 20. That's going to give our case managers and career advisors more time to actually work and provide career guidance with the customers. Seamless integrated talent systems, I'm going to talk about that and give you some examples. So you think about Northern Middle, you think about Nashville, but we're not just Nashville. Mayor Pagriba resides in Humphreys County. We've got a wonderful project going on right there now with the CRRG Reentry Project. It is a partnership effort between the County Economic Development, the American Job Center, the TCAT, the Community College, and a community-based organization, Hope Ministries, that helps recovering drug and alcohol offenders. So we're, again, focusing on the construction industry. That's one of the priority sectors. And we're building stackable credentials. So we're doing flooring, and there can get credentials in hardwood, tile, LVT, and carpet. And we're also doing forklift training. Outcomes, we've got 32 people that we've trained. We've got 13 working and 18 still active in recovery with a cost per participant of $1,025. One of our primary partners in Northern Middle is adult education. I'll turn it over to you, Frida.
Thank you. They say not surprise your boss, but I'm going to surprise Marla. That when she did this slide, our number of diplomas was 832. This morning, that number is 862. Thank you. So that's a good surprise when you surprise your boss with that number. That will definitely impact our accountability number and reduce our cost per diploma. So by the end of the year, that number will be lower, which will hopefully make us one of the lowest in the state on the cost per diploma. Right now are serving a little over 4,500 students enrolled in our program. So speaking to as far as our percent of the state, that'll be about 25% of the state's adult ed population by the end of the year. We're operating currently in 7 American Job Centers. We recently moved into the Murfreesboro American Job Center, which is making a really big difference in the volume that goes in that center every day. We are doing a really focused effort to try to educate our staff so that we align with the workforce development sectors and that our staff knows to speak that language to our students. Adult Ed is a great talent pipeline for our industry partners if our staff knows to speak that language to our students as they're coming through our program working on earning their diploma. So we're very purposeful in educating our team so that they know what's available on the WIOA side of things. The initiatives we're working on, we have a healthcare medical assisting prep program with Nashville State Community College. We don't know healthcare, but we know how to teach language, how to educate our students about those words and the vocabulary they need to know to be successful. So that's our role there. We work on the tablet program, the pilot that's going on throughout the state. We have some students in our jails. We work in 9 jails. So we have 5 that have earned a credential in residential construction, 5 that have earned electrical credentials, and 2 in plumbing. I know we're running late on time. I'm going to hand it over to Farrell, who's going to talk about the Hospital Association.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing us to be here today. Our partnership with Northern Middle Workforce Board has been amazing. As you all know, Marla is innovative, and we are able to paint some pictures and help our industry to really move forward. We were able to partner with the Incumbent Worker Training Grant, specifically in healthcare, meaning that the application that we submitted for those funds, we knew that we were going to target healthcare industry partners, and we were able to put that out through our membership and allow them to understand the process and understand the application. What I have found over the last 3 years of my time in this work is that we don't have great connections with industry and healthcare. We don't have resources to help write grants and for their ability or knowledge to take advantage of these funding opportunities. And so this really allowed us to walk our members through that process and allow them to take advantage of that incumbent worker training, which those applications were more than what we have here displayed on the screen. So we're looking forward to serving over 200 healthcare industry partners and trainees. Our Nurses Middle College work has been really unique. This is a new charter school that started. It's a model out of Rhode Island that was granted here. Every student in this school, so they are 9th grade year, will graduate with their certified nursing assistant's degree as well as 3 college credits. But when we really came to the table with them, knowing their executive director, Dr. Andrea Pointer, we said, how can we make them do more, right? How can we help to really put them on the trajectory? So we're excited to say that we're actually standing up the LPN in high school model that was recently approved this year. So we will have probably 20 to 25 students who will graduate with their LPN license at the end of high school and be workforce ready. We're also developing apprenticeship programs and youth employment programs. So Marla has been wonderful. We've partnered with the Veterans Hospital. They are going to employ 15 students from this school in that nursing trajectory and give them intentional employment opportunities within their organization. We also have several hospitals that have taken part of the Department of Labor Rural Healthcare Grant, and those are grantees. And then we're working with Apprenticeship Tennessee in multiple sectors. If you haven't heard about pre-licensure nursing apprenticeship, I am happy to have that conversation. If you know anyone who would like to come to the table with that, that is not a hospital-specific program. What I've heard is because we're hospitals, they want that there. But this is an industry-specific program, so happy to engage, and thank you.
Just to wrap it up, I'm really proud of our workforce board. You can see some of the highlights. We have 70% of our board members that are going to be coming to the WorkSource Summit next week. So Northern Middle is building a workforce system where employers lead, workers advance, and results matter.
Thank you, Marla. I like the pipeline you're creating through those apprenticeships. Very good. The closure of some of the AJCs, don't need the answer now, but would like to know at a future report how the closure of those AJCs will or will not impact service and participation. So, you know, is the availability that you're creating through the mobile app and the other ways you're going to reach those folks going to make up the difference or exceed the difference in the people being served through the brick and mortar?
Yes, sir, and we are making arrangements for access points, so we will be going into these counties maybe 2 days a week or at the library or at the courthouse so that we can still provide access to those constituents there. So.
Yep, and then how you're going to get the word out for them to know where those locations will be so they're not hunting and trying to find. So.
Absolutely. We're looking at a possible marketing plan where we put some billboards up with a QR code so that they can, you know, look and take a snapshot to see exactly where we're going to be, or an 800 number where they can call and make that connection. Very good point.
Yep, and then also how you're going to reallocate the $300,000 in savings.
We're going to serve more people.
Very good. What other questions do you have for them? Jackie?
Yes, so I was thinking the same thing in follow-up, particularly loved seeing about Starbucks and Careers Inc. and the others. With the closure, how is that timeline going to affect the rollout of the talent and recruitment for the new companies that are relocating in the area?
So we will still have 5 workforce areas, or 5 workforce American Job Centers in our area, and they're going to be comprehensive. So we'll have one in Clarksville, one in Nashville, one in Rutherford County, and one in Gallatin. And we will regionalize our services around those so that we still can provide those services and provide those pipelines of talent in through those centers is what our plan is right now.
And I understand very much, you know, it's a work in progress probably, and you will go along. But I will say some of the workers that may or may not have mobile technology skills, you know, for the QR codes. And, you know, while we're very hopeful about people being able to utilize technology, some of the people, part of the transition may be cracks or lost in translation. Timeline, and again, you may not know right now, but would love to know when they will close and when the transition will be announced.
So all of those centers will close June 30th. So we will be operational in the regionalized approach as of July 1.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Not a question, just a quick comment. I really appreciate the call out of your adult education program. I might be a little biased. It's my favorite program. And just really appreciate the work around those intentional workforce development initiatives. And I love to see that that is becoming a true pipeline for employers, and look forward to seeing that continue on into the future. So thank you.
And I'd like to thank my partners in Farrell and Frida for coming today and presenting to you guys.
Okay, Josh?
So on the adult education, I'm not sure if this is for you, Marla, or for Frida, but you mentioned the jails, the work you're doing with the jails. Is that just for what you would consider local jails that are short-term stay, or is that also the longer-term traditional correctional institutions? I know there's a few of those in that in your region.
The prison system has their own education departments. So in the jails, we serve some TDOC customers who are housed and are there for a longer time. So within the county system, we serve whoever's housed there, whether they're a local inmate that may be serving 1129 or it's a TDOC person who may be housed there. So whoever is living in the jail is the potential to be an adult education student. So we don't differentiate. But the TDOC facilities are served by the TDOC system that's already set up and established. Does that answer your question? Okay.
Okay, public comment?
No public comment.
Thank you. Staff recommendation?
The staff review noted a very strong plan. All components of compliance and fiscal matters were met. There were two small budget items that needed revision. Those were made timely. I did want to note that the Northern Middle Local Workforce Board received a rating of effective in their UTCIS local board certification assessment. That's important because they are the only board to receive that rating. If you will recall, there are 3 levels of the assessment. There is functional, effective, and role model. This board received effective, approaching role model. All of our other local boards assessed to date have received a functional rating, except Northern Middle. They have received effective. So a round of applause for Northern Middle. Strong leadership. Appreciate your work there. The staff recommendation is approved.
Very good. Okay, do I have a motion to approve the plan as recommended?
Motion to approve Northern Middle in Ferguson.
Thank you, Ben. Second?
Second, Martha Axford.
Thank you, Martha. Any other discussion? All right, I think we're ready for the vote.
Jackie Akbari,
Approved, aye.
Billy Dykes for Natalie Alvarez,
Aye.
Martha Axford,
Approved.
Brandy Faust for Senator Paul Bailey, Jay Baker,
Aye.
Marshall Graves for Joe Baker,
Aye.
Jason Bates, Tim Berry,
Aye.
Linda Botch,
Aye.
State Representative Clark Boyd, Josh Brown,
Aye.
Suzanne Carr,
Aye.
Shannon Rosedale for Commissioner Carter,
Aye.
Billy Dykes,
Aye.
Ben Ferguson,
Aye.
Max Goldberg,
Aye.
Marshall Graves,
Aye.
J. Paul Jackson,
Aye.
David Jordan,
Aye.
Kelly Valcarce for Tim Kelly,
Aye.
Chrissy Freeland for Michael Hendricks,
Aye.
Sandra Long,
Aye.
Jenny McCabe for Commissioner McWhorter,
Aye.
Kelly North,
Aye.
Mike Progreba,
Recuse Northern Middle.
Stuart Price,
Aye.
Deborah Knoll for Commissioner Reynolds,
Aye.
Lee Sloan,
Aye.
David Stansel,
Aye.
Commissioner Denise Thomas,
Aye.
Jamie Schultz for Will Trump,
Aye.
Jeff Vance,
Aye.
Ron Wade.
Aye.
29 approvals, 1 abstention, and 3 absences.
Very good, that passes. Thank you. Okay, let's hear from Ryan in Upper Cumberland.
Good morning. I'm Ryan Barnhart, Executive Director of the Upper Cumberland Local Workforce Board. And today, I'm going to walk you through, very briefly, through 3 key things. We're going to look at a brief overview of our local workforce reality, the strategic shifts we've made, and most importantly, how we are operationalizing America's talent strategy to drive measurable outcomes. Our biggest challenge is simple. We don't have a demand problem, we have a participation problem. Our labor force participation is well below the regional average, so while jobs are growing, our ability to fill them is constrained by who is not participating. Our demand is clear. We know what our in-demand sectors are, as we can see on the slide, and we know what the skills the in-demand occupations require, and we also know that employers are shifting to skills-based hiring, which aligns directly with America's talent strategy. So at Upper Cumberland, we must be prepared with a workforce to fill those in-demand occupations. High unemployment and poverty rates cannot be crutches to lean on. Low educational rates cannot be an excuse for us. With exciting opportunities like short-term credentialing ahead of us, I'm certain that we can increase our labor force participation rate. And it's a win for Upper Cumberland citizens and businesses when that happens. In response to our barriers, we have made intentional strategic shifts. not just incremental changes, but real shifts to move the workforce needle. We have 3 core pivots that we're making to move that needle in the Upper Cumberland. We're going to move participants from unemployment to the workforce, and we're going to do this by targeting underutilized populations, whether it be our justice-involved population, which we're also working with the CRRG grant, and we've got about 100 participants that are justice-involved that are training with Origin on a manufacturing nationally recognized certification. And when they get out, they'll be much more employable. Whether it's our justice-involved population, whether it's those recovering from struggles or addictions, which our rural health care initiative for this next round is going to deal with those individuals that are struggling with addictions, individuals that are struggling with mental health that are very prevalent in our rural Upper Cumberland areas. Whether it be those who are incentivized not to work or those who simply don't think they can overcome the barriers in front of them. We've got to reduce those barriers. We must knock those barriers down. And this will involve educating both our participants and our employers. And we've been doing that. As I mentioned, we plan to continue to do that with our partnerships at our county jails, as well as through our Benefits Cliff boot camps. This will align very neatly with what's about to happen with Benefits Cliff training in our AJCs. I'll talk about that in just a few more moments. But we're also pivoting from moving from programs to systems by aligning the things that we do with TN Works. This will allow us to take the things that we do well at the Upper Cumberland Workforce Board and collaborate with other partners to utilize the things that they do well, to strengthen our relationships with the employers of the Upper Cumberland. Our employers are much more interested in a unified system of collaboration that works than a series of individualized programs that don't. And then what happens? Well, then we pivot from activity to outcomes. How do we know that we're doing the right activities? Well, we know when the outcomes are a product of what our Upper Cumberland workforce needs. We will know this is happening as we measure our wage growth, as we measure retention and career progression with our employers. And some of our key investments in the Upper Cumberland already involve us doing these things. Our apprenticeships, our incumbent worker training, and our rural health care initiatives have moved that needle in the Upper Cumberland just about the most of anything. So we would be careless to ignore that and not move in a direction where these things are the primary training model. The earn and learn model allows our employees to stay employed and learn on the job. That's a win for both the employer and the employee. And these pivots and strategic shifts required us to really rethink how the entire system operates. Our local model of Work First seeks to accelerate getting people from assistance into employment. The moment they meet with an advisor at the AJC, the goal should be to get them in the workforce where they can then utilize these earn and learn models to continue to progress within their place of employment. And our local employers are leading this because who knows better what they need than our local employers. And we're so excited about the opportunities to accelerate employment opportunities through Rivet and Career Pathway Pro. As we see, Rivet is an Upper Cumberland program centered around virtual reality career exploration, and Career Pathway Pro is our own self-designed navigation system that will center on AI predictive technology to allow our participants to know what their best opportunities are as they seek career pathways to better themselves and their families. And I want to say the Upper Cumberland Workforce Board specifically went after the Rivet grant to strengthen our services through braiding funding sources. And we know that's very important. These are federal dollars that allow us to greater serve not only our WIOA participants, but also all manner of targeted populations of individuals seeking employment. I can't think of a greater example of braided funding than that, and I'm so excited to tell you that we have that Rivet funding for almost 2 more years. Now, this slide next shows our local workforce system. It's not simply programs, but it's an ecosystem. And the key takeaway here is that everything is aligned around business demands and needs. Our collaboration with our partners centers around what our local employers need. Our education partners educate and train our talent pipelines. Our system partners ensure that these services are being carried out. Our community organizations, such as Empower Upper Cumberland, for example, we are expanding our participation through these organizations by setting up a system to work with individuals in need. Through Empower Upper Cumberland was born the services of the Highlands Training Center, which has recently been carried over to the Upper Cumberland Workforce Board. The Training Center has allowed us to educate numerous individuals and execute educational one-on-one mentorships, workshops, and boot camps for a targeted population of our Upper Cumberland citizens that simply need the educational resources and training things to be successful. So Empower Upper Cumberland is another example of what braided funding looks like at the local workforce level. Led by the Upper Cumberland Human Resource Agency, we were able to be a part of a $25 million grant to offer these services to our participants. All the while, our employers, as I mentioned, are driving these training decisions because this is integrated systems in action. Now, to support how we are carrying out our services, we have, you see before you our strategic investment and fiscal accountability. As I said, we've shifted to a braided funding model, and it has been successful. WIOA is the foundation of that model, but it is not just the ceiling. Every dollar that you see here is tied to work-based learning, barrier reduction, and direct employment outcomes. Now I want to focus really quickly on our modifications and what we're doing on the ground. We're scaling barrier reduction by expanding our services. For example, our training center services. Sometimes finding a person who wants to work a job, especially when they've been incentivized not to work, is easier than helping them actually learn to live with that job. I hope that makes sense, because a lot of our individuals just don't know what it's like to learn to live with a job and to learn to understand what it is when those subsidies begin to go away. So with this employment that we're getting these individuals, it comes great responsibilities, and it takes education to help our participants learn to do these things to better themselves. That's what we're doing in our training center. We have served hundreds of individuals who are either on government assistance or qualify for government assistance through these services. Our 10 Care boot camps have been so successful that recently I was able to go with Empower Leadership in our local development district to present to the House Insurance Committee about these services. And 10 Care was so excited to learn about this educational component for people in transitional 10 Care that they are in conversations with us to replicate these boot camps across the state. We're also educating our employers on recovery-friendly workforce and workplaces. This model of second chance workplaces in the Upper Cumberland is growing daily. This is how we increase labor participation rate. And then we come next, let's try to bring this to a close. What I said just a moment ago is I'm stressing that work-based learning will be our primary model moving forward. It will not be default, it will be default, not optional. And we will expand this through unified career pathways, stackable credentials, and seamless movements across programs. This will not only raise our employers' retention rate, but it will bring accelerated growth rate and career progression to our employees. The predictive outcomes of Career Pathways Pro Analytics will be critical in educating the next generation of training to employment alignment that will look much different than it did for most of us when we first entered the workforce. Our service integration and talent mobility is fully integrated, employer-driven service model led by TN Works as the backbone. And what's different is we are now demand-driven and data-informed, so we can be proactive and not just reactive. So in closing, I just want to quickly say the work-first model that I talked about just a moment ago was started to create these direct connections between employers and work-ready participants in the Upper Cumberland. It's been very successful. There are our numbers. You'll be able to see these better on our slides. These numbers and these goals are set every year, and we continue to set those in the next year, program year coming up. And this demonstrates that when you align system to employers, the outcomes will follow. So I want to say thank you, and I want to say the Upper Cumberland is not just implementing programs. We're building a modern America's Talent Strategy aligned workforce system, and we're bringing that to some of the most rural areas in Middle Tennessee. But we must never stop improving for the good of Upper Cumberland. We must never stop. Thank you.
Very good, and the growth numbers speak for themselves. I appreciate that last slide was really important. I like that you are focused on the training based on the skills requested of the employers. Because if you're training something that they don't need, it's a waste of everybody's time, right? So appreciate that. What questions or comments do you have for Ryan? Yes, Josh.
Which particular business sector are you seeing the most demand and difficulty in filling positions?
Well, our manufacturing in the Upper Cumberland is our highest industry sector. So there's always positions there. It's not so much a problem with filling the positions as it is retaining. That's our biggest problem in the Upper Cumberland. Our local employers are spending a lot of money to onboard our participants, and then when they get in there, they may leave after a week, they may leave after a month, and they're just not retaining them. So that's something we're working on with our local employers, educating them in any way possible there, and we also really believe that the work-based model will help that, the earn and learn. So where we give these individuals opportunities, it was talked about earlier, for example, with our justice-involved individuals, when they get out and they have this manufacturing certificate, you know, a lot of times people think about manufacturing as being, you know, just hot and dirty, but manufacturing has changed a lot in the last 25, 30 years. And so the opportunities within those places as well to advance is very important. So it's more about educating on the retention side of things and just helping our employers to understand the opportunities that are there for them. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so perhaps some training for the employers on creating an engaging work
Yes.
environment.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Who else has a comment? Okay, public comments?
No public comment, Mr. Chairman.
Very good. And the staff recommendation?
Staff review noted 2 commendations, one being the Upper Cumberland's braiding of outside funding sources. You heard Ron mention several of those. Second is their tracking of those the increased time in job placements and increased time to placement. They have really led the way in tracking that measure and have worked actually with our wire department on scaling that further. There were 2 insufficient programmatic responses to budget revisions needed. All 4 of those have been cleared, and the recommendation is that the plan be approved.
Very good. Do I have a motion to accept the recommendation as presented?
Martha Axford, I make a motion to accept it as presented.
Thank you.
Upper Cumberland.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Second. Thank you, Ron. Any other discussion? All right, we're ready for the roll call vote.
Jackie Akbari.
Approved, aye.
Billy Dykes for Natalie Alvarez.
Aye.
Martha Axford.
Approved.
Brandy Faust for State Senator Paul Bailey. Jay Baker.
Aye.
Marshall Graves for Joe Baker.
Aye.
Jason Bates. Tim Berry.
Aye.
Linda Botch.
Aye.
State Representative Clark Boyd. Josh Brown.
Aye.
Suzanne Carr.
Aye.
Shannon Rosedale for Commissioner Carter.
Aye.
Billy Dykes.
Aye.
Ben Ferguson.
Aye.
Max Goldberg.
Aye.
Marshall Graves.
Aye.
J. Paul Jackson.
Aye.
David Jordan.
Aye.
Kelly Valcarce for Tim Kelly.
Aye.
Chrissy Freeland, proxy for Michael Hendricks.
Aye.
Sandra Long.
Aye.
Jenny McCabe for Commissioner McWhorter.
Aye.
Kelly North.
Aye.
Mike Progreba.
Aye.
Stuart Price.
Aye.
Deborah Knoll for Commissioner Reynolds.
Aye.
Lee Sloan.
Aye.
David Stansel.
Aye.
Commissioner Denise Thomas.
Aye.
Jamie Schote for Will Trump.
Aye.
Jeff Vance.
Aye.
Ron Wade.
Aye.
30 approvals, 3 absences.
Very good, and that passes. Okay, let's hear from Southern Middle.
Hey, good morning. I'm Ashley Clevenger. I'm the Executive Director for Southern Middle. It says Jessica Rivers is on there. She was not actually able to join us this morning, so I will be presenting by myself. So here's the driving the data that's driving our modifications. Our LFPR is 59.5%, 6 points below the Middle Tennessee average. We have 81,000 residents outside the labor force and a poverty rate of 17.5%, well above the state average. Perry County is actually a distressed county that's in our area, and then we have Wayne County that's at risk. We also have 4 counties in our area that are ARC eligible, so we will be going after those grants with any workforce grants that are available for those, so we can use those to braid funding. On the demand side, we have over 1,000 projected manufacturing openings and 30+% growth in healthcare support occupations and transportation, childcare and broadband barriers across our rural counties. Our priority sectors align with the state, with hospitality and tourism as a regional addition. These conditions drive everything that follows. So let's talk about what is changing and why. The first thing is our AJC redesign and virtual service model. This supports a flexible, innovative, and AI-ready workforce. We know that in our 13-county area, it's very rural. These people don't have the transportation. That's our #1 barrier. They don't have the transportation to get to an AJC. So we're wanting to build an end-to-end virtual service model that takes a job seeker from intake through credential attainment and job placement without requiring them to drive to an AJC. Staff will serve with virtual intake within 2 business days, conduct assessments and IEP development remotely, process all authorizations electronically, and maintain minimum of 30-day virtual check-ins through training and post-placement. Second, we have our Tennessee Works business engagement integration. This supports industry-driven workforce strategies. We fully support Tennessee Works as the unified employer-facing brand, and we'll be implementing it as our primary business engagement platform. Our business services staff will operate as workforce consultants, conducting employer needs assessments, developing customized solutions across OJT, IWT, WEX, apprenticeship, and following up on hiring outcomes. Sector-aligned outreach is organized around the 6 state priority sectors, as well as hospitality and tourism for Southern Middle. Third, we have our registered apprenticeship expansion. This supports workforce participation and talent mobility. We're moving beyond traditional construction trades to diversify into advanced manufacturing, healthcare, and logistics. Business services staff are connecting small and mid-sized employers to the Tennessee Department of Labor and Workforce Development's apprenticeship registration resources to help them design programs that address skills gaps and create structured career entry. Fourth, we have our rural healthcare. This also supports industry-driven workforce strategies, and it's our most significant initiative. Healthcare support occupations have grown over 30% in our region, and our rural hospitals are struggling to fill clinical positions at every level. The Rural Healthcare Grant, braided with WIOA Title I ITAs and support services, creates a stackable CNA to LPN to RN pathway with work-based learning placements at healthcare partners. We're connecting CTE dual enrollment students directly into this pipeline. So the pathway starts in high school and it extends through post-secondary credentialing and employment. Fifth, we have our YEP year-round and reentry pathways. This supports accountability and outcomes. We're expanding YEP to year-round operation across all 13 counties with intentional emphasis on ages 14 to 16, the group that typically gets left out of YEP and WIOA programming. Placements are sector-aligned priority industries. On reentry, we're currently serving justice-involved individuals through WIOA Title I and our Day Reporting Center referral pipeline. We intend to pursue reentry grants when the next funding opportunities open. The infrastructure is already in place. We just need the grant funding to scale it. We'll also be supporting the statewide CLIF dashboard rollout this summer. Next, we have our local workforce ecosystem. I know everybody else has already gone over these and they're pretty much the same, but for our labor market intermediaries, we have our Middle Tennessee RPC, Tennessee Works, and we use EconoView for our labor market information. Employers, we use those, for apprenticeship expansion, IWT, and WBL placements. Community partners, we have a partnership with youth villages and the Boys and Girls Club. I know we've reached out to them. We've had conversations with them about putting their participants into YEP placements and things like that. They also deal with the justice-involved individuals and the reentry pathways. We have our core WIOA partners that help us with our co-enrollments and our integrated intake systems. We work closely with economic development in all of our counties, meeting with the Chamber of Commerce's, the industrial development boards. for workforce planning and our business retention. And then we have our education. We have partnerships with our TCATs and our community colleges that help us with the training with the ITAs, our apprenticeship, and dual enrollment. Federal and state investments are braided to maximize impact. WIOA Title I is our foundation, and on the state side, we have 3 investments that are key. We have YEP for year-round work experiences, registered apprenticeship funds for employer-led training, and then we have our rural healthcare grant for our healthcare pipeline. Reentry is going to be future applications. The bottom line is that every dollar is aligned to priority sector outcomes, and we're not just running our programs in silos. So on our new enhanced initiatives, we have our rural healthcare grant that we're doing again this year. Sorry, we just applied for it for the 2nd year. It's new since our last local plan, but like I said, this is our 1st year doing it, and we'll be going into the 2nd year starting in July. We actually had great success with this one. We had to ask for additional funding because we had so many participants in the healthcare sectors. We're using this funding to create those stackable CNA to RN pathways. This time, whenever we put in our application for our rural healthcare funding, we did something a little different. We have a lot of programs that support training. So this one, we took it all the way back to the CTE programs in the high school and put in our application that we want to be able to fund some equipment and pay for some of those credentials while they're in those CTE programs. So that way they're moving directly from that pipeline of CTEs, moving into the apprenticeship pipelines going forward. The next one is our apprenticeship expansion. It's an enhanced initiative. We're braiding WIOA, IWT, OJT, state registered apprenticeship funds, TCAT, RTI, and then workforce Pell whenever it comes along. Our targets are 3 new programs with 25 enrollments and 70% completion. We're also working on building a pre-apprenticeship pipeline. We've been having meetings, again, with our CTE directors at the school systems to build those CTE pipelines. I know some of our counties have really good CTE programs already in place. They're putting people that want to be teachers, they're putting them in the classroom alongside the teachers so that they can already be learning what they need to do. Basically, they're helping as a co-teacher. Tutoring the students in the classrooms. We also have great healthcare CTE programs. I know we have a lot of manufacturing, things like that. We're working on those pre-apprenticeships. Again, Southern Middle has never done any pre-apprenticeships in the past, so we're learning as we go to do those, but we want to build those pipelines to get them directly into apprenticeship programs to keep moving forward. The next one is our YEP year-round expansion. In the past, Southern Middle has been a leader with this YEP program. Across all 13 of our counties, we want to have intentional emphasis, again, on the ages of 14 to 16 to get those youth into the workforce earlier, and then focus on jobs with sector alignments. Our target is 200 plus placements with over 50% of those in priority sectors. Next is our reentry pathways. Southern Middle has done reentry in the past, but this last year we did not. So we want to move back into that sector. So we're going to be pursuing those grants so that we can help our justice-involved individuals. They are being served currently, of course, with the Title I funding, but we want to have more funding to be able to help them. We already have partners in our area that go into the justice systems, and they're serving them. You know, they get Serve Safe, and there's some that have like registered restaurant manager credentialing, and that's a great pathway for our area because we do have the hospitality and tourism sector. Service integration starts with the AJC redesign. Career specialists build sector-aligned IEPs using labor market information and conduct structured pathway counseling at every IEP review. Participants know the full career ladder, not just the next credential. Work-based learning targeted to employers. What's new on barriers? We have proactive assessment and intake with immediate partner referrals and the CLIF dashboard giving career specialists a data-driven tool to help participants navigate benefits cliffs. The virtual service model itself is a barrier reduction for our rural counties. So how will we know that the workforce needle is moving? We'll have employers report reduced time to fill for priority sectors. The rural healthcare completers are hired by regional healthcare employers. We'll have 200 plus YEP placements, and 50% of those will be in priority sectors. 50 plus apprentices enrolled in the new registered apprenticeship programs. The county LFPR trending upward from the 59.5% baseline, and we'll have 40% of YEP participants move to employment or credentials within 12 months. Every initiative is designed to move those numbers through employer-driven pipelines and measure community impact. Our UTCIS assessment rates Southern Middle Board as highly functional with active, continuous improvement framework. We have the roadmap, the metrics, and the accountability. Thank you.
Ashley, thank you. I appreciate the emphasis your team is placing on high school attention, the YEP, the pre-apprenticeships, the CTE. I think particularly in the rural areas, that's going to be most important so that those students can catch a vision for what's possible for them moving forward. What other comments do you have? Yes, Billy.
You talk about the rural healthcare workers, and I noticed, and I was going to ask this question, what percentage of them actually stay in the local areas once they're trained in the healthcare field? Are a percentage of them staying, or, excuse me, I apologize, Commissioner, this is your fault, I'm just kidding. But anyway, how many of them are staying in their local areas, or are they moving out into other areas in the state or other areas to work?
I do not know that percentage. I do know that one of the main ones that we're working with currently, we just helped Murray Regional start their apprenticeship program. Again, that's another one where I know that Murray County has a great CTE program, so moving them through those pipelines and being at Murray Regional also hosts the TCAT classes at night and on the weekends through TCAT Hohenwald. They have them come there to do them. I know that whenever we set them up like that and they have a great experience, they're more likely to stay. So I think building those pipelines and just treating them well and knowing that they're taken care of and that somebody's investing in their education will make them want to stay in those rural areas.
Good. Other questions, Commissioner?
Ashley, thank you for your presentation. One quick question. Because the call out of your at-risk and distressed counties, which I appreciate, have you given any consideration to performance-based contract to ensure results for those areas are specific to their needs? Is there something that you're considering? Because one of the things I think that we have to really settle in on as we think about innovation is that applicability across counties that have unique needs to be in accordance to what they specifically want. So any thought around performance-based contracts or unique evaluation of tools or programs that work specifically for those counties so that we can ensure that they are moving with the same level of congruency as the rest of the state?
Not at this time, but I do know that whenever we did our YEP program in the past and even this year, we've had great, especially out of Perry County. That was one of our highest served counties for that YEP program. So we always keep that in mind whenever we're serving those distressed and at-risk counties, you know, making sure they are being equally, if not more, served than the others.
Yeah, and I know YEP has been very successful there. We brought the governor there for that reason. I think building on that, though, you certainly had the energy of the employer community to support YEP. But as we think about the interaction of the youth in employment, to Billy's point, how do we keep that energy going to ensure that there's a progressive pathway for them? So on the other side of YEP, making sure that they are able to move through to participate in economic development at a rate that we often don't see in distressed and at-risk counties. And maybe that's something we can talk more about offline, but I think that would be a great addition to what you're thinking, that you already have embedded in your plan.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Marshall.
I was interested that you had stopped doing reentry programs and you're kind of back into that. I wonder if you could just kind of give us a little color on sort of why you stopped doing it and then what sort of facilitated or moved you back into that work.
Well, whenever I got there, I just took over in December, when Barbara retired. They didn't have any at that time, so I don't know what made them stop doing those. I just know a lot of people have had conversations with me about those. I know I've talked to Mandy with reentry. Linda has asked me about it. So I know that the need is there, the want is there, people are interested in it. So we're just wanting to get that back into play. You're welcome.
Okay, any public comment?
No public comment, Mr. Chairman.
Very good. And then the recommendation from the staff?
Chairman, if I could, before I highlight the recommendation from staff, I wanted to follow up on a point that Ashley made on your AJC redesign and virtual services because it supports a question that was also asked of Marla in presenting her plan. You will hear more information about AJC redesign coming up in the August meeting. Marla mentioned closures of her centers. These are certainly not blind closures, but more of an informed placement of where they belong based upon data. and a heightened requirement of what we need to see in those centers, who's in those centers. So it's very much an improvement of the product as well as an increase in services, service provision. So we look forward to sharing that with you. And I took note, Chairman, of your questions on what that note, like laying out what that plan is and the ROI, that type of thing. So we'll follow up on that. The staff recommendation did note the strength in youth. Historically, you've been a pace setter for youth enrollments through YEP, which is remarkable for rural counties especially. We look forward to seeing your continued growth in those priority sectors. You did receive the highly functional rating from UTCIS. I mentioned all other boards have received functional. Highly functional is on the tail end of that scale. I've been part of seeing the evolution of your board the last few years, and it's been remarkable and a great thing to see. So commend you on that. There were just a couple budget revisions that were required. Other than that, and those were resolved, and so now the plan is recommended for approval.
Very good. So do I have a motion to approve the plan as recommended?
Jackie Akbari, motion.
Very good. And then a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Okay, we're ready for the roll. Oh, yes.
Chairman, can I see, could I have the person who seconded and repeat? Or who was the board member that seconded?
Jeff Vance.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep. Okay, I think we're ready.
Jackie Akbari,
Approved, aye.
Billy Dykes for Natalie Alvarez,
Aye.
Martha Axford,
Approved.
Brandy Faust for State Senator Paul Bailey, Jay Baker.
Aye.
Marshall Graves for Joe Baker.
Aye.
Jason Bates. Tim Berry.
Aye.
Linda Botch.
Recuse, Southern Middle.
State Representative Clark Boyd. Josh Brown.
Aye.
Suzanne Carr.
Aye.
Shannon Rosedale for Commissioner Carter.
Aye.
Billy Dykes.
Aye.
Ben Ferguson.
Aye.
Max Goldberg.
Aye.
Marshall Graves.
Aye.
J. Paul Jackson.
Aye.
David Jordan.
Aye.
Kelly Valcarce for Tim Kelly.
Aye.
Chrissy Freeland for Michael Hendricks.
Aye.
Sandra Long.
Aye.
Jeannie McCabe for Commissioner McWhorter.
Aye.
Kelly North.
Aye.
Mike Pogreba.
Aye.
Stuart Price.
Aye.
Deborah Knoll for Commissioner Reynolds.
Aye.
Lee Sloan.
Aye.
David Stansel.
Aye.
Commissioner Denise Thomas.
Aye.
Jamie Schote for Will Trump.
Aye.
Jeff Vance.
Aye.
Ron Wade.
Aye.
29 approvals, 1 abstention, 3 absences.
Very good. Okay, yes.
Chair, I need to announce my exit.
Okay, thank you, Jackie. And we are going to take a small break. I know we're running a little bit over, but I want to make sure everybody legs are stretched and everything else that needs to happen that you can do in 8 minutes. And we are ready for the West Regional Plan.
Good morning, Chairman Barry, Commissioner Thomas.
Good morning.
And State Workforce Board members. I am Saber Bledsoe, and along with my colleagues, Roderick Woody and Allison Wright Donahoe, we are pleased to present a snapshot of our West Tennessee Regional Plan modifications on behalf of the Regional Planning Council. We are using the state plan and the 5 pillars of the America's Talent Strategy as our framework to create a regional workforce strategy that better aligns our 21 counties. Our regional landscape has shifted from one of recovery and expansion to contraction and lower labor force participation, even though our unemployment rate remains stable. West Tennessee was the only region in the state to experience job loss from 2023 to 2024, where we lost over 3,000 jobs. We are addressing this through proactive business retention and rapid employment and reemployment strategies, using tools like EconoView to identify early warning signals. Our business services team responds through recruitment support, direct job placements, and targeted sector outreach tracked through Jobs for TN, our CRM system, and through our Regional Planning Council. We are applying this now at the TCAT Stanton's AJC, where we are supporting an employer that crosses local boundaries. We're doing this through a regional approach. At the same time, the data shows that we have opportunity in West Tennessee. Wages in business establishments are increasing, and we have many residents that have some college experience. So our strategy cannot just be about job creation. It must focus on connecting people to existing jobs and preparing them for higher skill, higher wage opportunities. This aligns with our goal to develop flexible training models tied to stackable credentials of value, including remote learning, upskilling, prior learning credit, and pathways that support worker mobility. Our regional partnerships focus on priority sectors and occupations specific to West Tennessee. We are working to expand registered apprenticeships and other training programs in healthcare support roles, construction, and skilled trades, which are all sectors that are projected to grow well into the future. One example is our partnership with Dyersburg State Community College, which sponsors a firefighter paramedic registered apprenticeship program with employer partners from all 3 local areas of West Tennessee. As a region, we also often review our eligible training provider list with our employer partners to ensure training aligns with regional demand. We target workforce investments towards high-demand sectors that are validated by both labor market data and employers, and that yield a positive return on investment. Employer input comes through one-on-one engagement, virtual listening sessions, such as our regional employer sessions called Virtually Speaking and Talent Talks, sector task forces, representation on local boards, and more recently, we're exploring an ad hoc committee for our Regional Planning Council. Employers report a need for technical and foundational skills, and most recently, there's a need for AI literacy that has emerged. Partnerships like that with the University of Memphis and their Upskill Mid-South grant help us to respond to these needs through micro-credentials. Workforce Pell will also help us expand access to short-term, high-quality training that leads to real jobs and advancement. State initiatives also help us move from strategy to action. TN Works gives employers consistent messaging and a more unified entry point to services. Regionally, we are connecting youth employment program participants to high-demand sectors through paid work experience that supports meaningful career pathways. Registered apprenticeship programs, rural healthcare initiatives, and reentry programs are also strengthening pipelines into high-demand jobs. Examples include our partnership with UTCIS that provides manufacturing-related training and certifications to incarcerated individuals, partnership with adult education in their jail tablet pilot program, where now we have 6 active counties in West Tennessee, and partnerships with the Tennessee Office of Reentry through grants such as the Community Reentry Reinvestment Grant, which supports our workforce readiness program for justice-involved individuals. And now I'll turn it over to Roderick, who will share more specific examples of how we're implementing our regional strategy.
Our regional planning committee, it consists of members from the local workforce board, as well as the service providers, in addition to THEC, and other entities within the Tennessee Works function. We have 3 different committees within our regional council. That's going to be the Business Service Committee, the Job Seeker Committee, and the Executive Committee. Each has different goals to achieve under that council. Our industry-aligned career pathways consist of healthcare. An example of some of the pathways within the healthcare industry, we have our rural healthcare initiatives, as well as the Memphis Medical District Collaborative. We have advanced manufacturing that focus on the Greater Memphis Advanced Manufacturing Council, transportation and logistics, specifically with Upskill Miss South that Dr. Blesso mentioned earlier, food accommodations and retail. Our hospitality and tourism task force is spearheading that pathway. And within our construction industry, we're looking at Mid-South Construction Careers, Amtech, and Delta Electrical all have pre-apprenticeship programs that goes directly into their registered apprenticeship programs. Our integrated service delivery and workforce mobility, we're looking at a no wrong door approach as individuals as well as employers enter into our American Job Centers. We'll orientate them on American Job Center services, ensure they have a better understanding or full understanding of how the agency system operates. With our labor exchange and internal referral, we'll provide options, not anything that we're pushing towards an individual, but making sure they understand that options are available under the American Job Centers, such as job placement, apprenticeships, on-the-job training, and individual training accounts. We'll identify strengths and barriers as well as leverage partnerships. Within our job placement, we'll create an individual employment plan for that individual, as well as assess the employers that's coming into the system. We'll let them know that the availability of supportive services, as well as a benefits cliff evaluation. For the exit point, we'll revisit our assessments, conduct follow-up, make sure that both the employer and job seeker is aware of upskilling opportunities to include incoming worker training, workforce pay, and Tennessee Works. And now I'll pass it over to my colleague, Allison.
So our one regional workforce system approach is consistency through the statewide consistency with the regional flexibility, allowing us to maintain a unified strategy while adapting to unique needs of a local industry and the communities. No matter where an employer engage, they receive a consistent, high-quality experience. So as we've stated before in our other presentations, Tennessee Works will transform workforce development into a proactive, employer-centered system. We no longer being reactive. We anticipate the business needs and deliver customized solutions that support growth and competitiveness. Employers will see one system, one message, and one coordinated approach. We're also expanding our innovation service delivery system by virtually career services like Teams and Microsoft Zoom. And then we'll also have AJC mobile units out in those rural areas that do not have that internet access as well. So by coordinating resources, leveraging innovation, and staying grounded in a unified strategy, we are delivering a modern workforce system that is accessible, efficient, and truly employer-driven. So it's establishing a seamless and unified workforce system experiences across West Tennessee region by strengthening collaboration among RPC subcommittees, sharing and implementing best practices, and promoting consistent high-quality custom service across all local workforce areas. So more of our goals and outcomes will be addressed in our local plan as you will follow. And we are define success by real movement and outcomes, not just activities. That includes more people placed in jobs, higher wages, higher training completion rates. We also look at employer impact, reducing time to fill and increasing use of workforce services. If those indicators are improving, we know the system's working. At the end of the day, this is about accountability, ensuring our strategy delivers measurable results and drives real workforce impact across our region. Thank you.
Very good. What questions do we have for the West Regional team? Okay, hearing none. Public comment.
No public comment, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. And what's the recommendation from the team?
The recommendation from staff is that the West Regional Plan be approved.
Very good. Do I hear a motion to approve the plan as recommended?
Jeff
Josh
Vance.
Brown, go ahead, sorry.
Jeff Vance, I make a motion we approve the plan as read.
Thank you. In a second.
Second, Josh Brown.
Thank you, Josh. Any other discussion? Okay, I think we're ready for the roll call vote.
Jackie Akbari, Billy Dykes, proxy for Natalie Alvarez.
Aye.
Martha Axford.
Approved.
Brandy Faust for State Senator Paul Bailey. Jay Baker.
Aye.
Marshall Graves, proxy for Joe Baker.
Aye.
Jason Bates. Tim Berry.
Aye.
Linda Botch.
Aye.
State Representative Clark Boyd. Josh Brown.
Aye.
Suzanne Carr.
Aye.
Shannon Rosedale, proxy for Commissioner Carter.
Aye.
Billy Dykes.
Aye.
Ben Ferguson.
Recuse, Southwest Board Member, Workforce Innovations Board Member.
Max Goldberg.
Aye.
Marshall Graves.
Aye.
J. Paul Jackson.
Aye.
David Jordan.
Aye.
Kelly Valcarce for Tim Kelly.
Aye.
Chrissy Freeland for Michael Hendricks.
Aye.
Sandra Long.
Aye.
Jeannie McKay for Commissioner McWhorter.
Aye.
Kelly North.
Aye.
Mike Pogriba.
Aye.
Stuart Price.
Aye.
Deborah Knoll.
Aye.
Lee Sloan.
Aye.
David Stansel.
Aye.
Commissioner Denise Thomas.
Aye.
Jamie Schote for Will Trump.
Aye.
Jeff Vance.
Aye.
Ron Wade.
I think I should abstain.
27 yeses, 2 abstentions, 4 absences.
And that is passed. Thank you, team. I appreciate your good work. Okay, let's hear from Greater Memphis.
Good morning, my neighbors. I'm Melody Freeman, Executive Director from Greater Memphis. Thank you, Commissioner, for the opportunity to present today. Thank you, State Workforce Board. Okay, today I'll walk you through our regional plan modifications, the strategic shifts we're making, and how we are recalibrating our workforce system to better respond to the realities of today. The question that we asked throughout this modification process was simple. How do we build a workforce system that is easier, faster, more connected, more accountable, and more responsive to where Greater Memphis economy is actually headed? The Greater Memphis region is experiencing a major economic transition that is reshaping workforce demands across the region. Population trends across our area are uneven. While some surrounding counties like Fayette have remained relatively stable or experienced modest growth, Shelby County continues to experience population decline, reinforcing the importance of workforce quality, economic opportunity, and long-term regional competitiveness. Economic development today is more about, it's more than just attracting companies, it's also retaining and attracting people. That reality makes access to quality jobs, career mobility, and workforce opportunities even more critical to our region. While logistics and transportation remain foundational industries, the regional economy is increasingly being influenced by technology infrastructure, advanced manufacturing, healthcare expansion, automation, and data-centered operations. Many communities across the region continue to face concentrated workforce barriers. This regional snapshot ultimately reinforced 3 major priorities: stronger alignment, more intentional investment in high-impact communities, and modernization. Those priorities help drive many of the strategic changes included in this plan. One of the most important shifts in the plan is what we describe as moving from traditional logistics toward what many call the digital delta. This modification reflects the reality that our region is changing economically. We are positioning ourselves to support emerging investments tied to AI infrastructure, technology-enabled operations, and data-centered industries, while still supporting the core industries that have historically driven the regional economy. This plan also reflects a stronger focus on performance-based investments. We are becoming more intentional about how workforce dollars are deployed, how providers are evaluated, and whether or not training programs are truly aligned with demand. This work is supported by deeply engaged, it's a lot here, but we have a lot of partners, and it takes a lot of thought and heart and hands on the shovel. So a lot of people here, I promise not to name them out, but you'll see our employers, our education partners, community organizations, training providers, economic development entities, and public sector leadership across the region involved in what Greater Memphis is doing. Our board is industry-led, highly engaged, and genuinely invested in the long-term success of this region. We are fortunate to have board members and partners who remain actively involved far beyond formal meetings, consistently lending their expertise, leadership, and relationships to help move all of our work forward. So we truly operate as one region, one system with a shared purpose. That collaboration also extends into our committee structure. Our IFA committee, Business Services Committee, our Career Services Committee, our Youth Services Committee, and not to leave out our ad hoc committees. We have an RFP ad hoc committee, a marketing committee. How do we get the word out? So we're pretty active in Greater Memphis when it comes to partnership and integration. Okay. Ultimately, the strength of this work comes from collective alignment, shared leadership, and a coordinated commitment to moving the region forward. This slide represents one of the biggest operational shifts in our plan, and honestly, one of the biggest paradigm shifts in how we approach workforce investments overall. For a long time, workforce systems have focused heavily on enrollment, participation, and completion numbers, but we're moving forward, and we have to look much deeper at outcomes, value, and what actually happens during a customer's period of participation. We've seen trends where individuals come into the system with significant barriers, and are almost immediately pushed straight into training as if those barriers just somehow disappeared overnight. Gone are those days of assuming that enrollment alone creates success. We are taking a much closer look at the actual customer experience. What level of engagement did they receive? What barriers were actually addressed? Did we create the conditions for persistence and long-term success, or did we simply move someone through a process? If somebody qualifies for a WIOA service, it usually means they have a barrier, and so that's what we're looking at. How do we meet that barrier? We are strengthening how we evaluate training investments overall. We have to be able to clearly answer a few questions. Are participants completing credentials? Are they receiving the credentials? Are they obtaining employment in the field they trained for? Are they returning unemployed? Did this training create upward mobility in their life, in the labor market? That's the kind of visibility we're building towards. We want our providers to also help close the reporting loop by ensuring participant outcomes are recorded consistently and are available in real time for accountability and federal reporting. Part of that work includes standardizing how information is documented across our system so that data is cleaner, it's reliable, it's more useful in guiding all of our decisions, all those people that y'all saw on that slide back there. So at the end of the day, this requires a workforce system that is intentional, adaptive, and deeply accountable to both the people and their outcomes. We are building a system that is responsive enough to meet people where they are, disciplined enough to measure real impact, and agile enough to evolve alongside economic transformation happening in our region. Another important component of our strategy is recognizing the economic value of creative talent and non-traditional career pathways. The creative economy includes industries tied to media, music, design, digital content, entrepreneurship, stage production, innovation-driven in sectors that continue to shape both workforce participation and regional growth. Based on the Memphis Music Strategy Report developed by Sound Diplomacy, the arts and culture sector generates nearly $193 million in economic activity and supports thousands of jobs. So statewide, Tennessee's nonprofit arts and culture industry generates more than $1.4 billion in economic activity and supports more than 23,000 jobs. For many young people, these industries represent legitimate pathways into entrepreneurship, self-sufficiency, and long-term economic mobility. We want our workforce system to better recognize those opportunities while helping participants build strong, transferable skills that connect creativity, technology, business, and workforce development in a much more intentional way. Sometimes I think we should ask ourselves a deeper question. If we lived in an economy fertile enough to fully sustain creativity, ingenuity, and artistic talent, how many of us would actually be writing plans, sitting in many, many, many meetings? So how many of us would choose to spend our day painting, producing, building stages, designing lighting, writing scripts, creating digital content, or simply creating something meaningful if those pathways were financially sustainable at scale? So that matters, especially in our region. This slide highlights one of the most important principles behind a lot of the modifications that you're reviewing and hearing today. We want to invest in people and services and outcomes, not unnecessary overhead. Our area will manage approximately $14.9 million in WIOA funding, including roughly $5.8 million in youth, $5.8 million in adult, and $3.3 million in dislocated worker funding. And that does not include the funds that we receive from other statewide opportunities. Across those workforce funding streams, the majority of funding is directed toward contractual service delivery, meaning direct participant services administered through our service providers. At the same time, we've taken a much deeper look into the inner workings of our service delivery model and started asking harder questions about efficiency, duplication, coordination, and overall impact. As public systems grow, duplication has a tendency to quietly compound over time. Administrative drag increases, functions begin operating in silos, resources become fragmented. So before too long, energy is being spent sustaining systems instead of strengthening our outcomes. That is what our funding goals here are meant to target. So we're intentionally recalibrating. In some areas, we are consolidating functions and centralizing efforts at the board level to reduce duplication and create stronger regional alignment. We are ensuring our service providers have the flexibility and operational capacity needed to respond directly to customer needs. For example, we do not need multiple disconnected hiring events happening independently across the region. We want to make sure that we are coordinated and we can track outcomes and we can prove that we're actually changing lives. So we need one coordinated system, shared visibility, accountability, and just a stronger regional identity from recruitment all the way through placement and retention. We're also taking a much closer look at staffing structures and service delivery models across our network. If individuals are entering the system with significant barriers, then we need staffing models capable of supporting persistence, stabilization, and long-term success. That's what you'll see in Greater Memphis. So our goal is to push more resources toward participant impact. And while we're allowing the board to focus more heavily on employer cultivation, strategic oversight, quality assurance, monitoring, compliance, technology, and modernization, we're also strengthening all of the moving parts at once. So the way that we speak to one another, the way that we develop all of our programs, the way we're interconnected throughout the region. One other major investment is supportive services. We are setting aside $500,000 for support services and approximately $100,000 for technology and modernization. The last thing I'll share with you is a targeted community impact metric. All we're doing is requiring our service providers to serve and target and direct toward the highest poverty zip codes in our region. So at the core of this work, we're being intentional about whether opportunity remains isolated and elusive, or if we become visible and we can start to showcase impact and change. Thank you.
Very good. And I appreciate your passion. It makes me want to learn how to play the guitar,
You should.
perhaps. What questions do you have for Melody? Yes, Jeff.
I was just curious. You mentioned that there's high job demand in AI and IT. I was just wondering what push is being done in the local schools as far as pushing them towards those jobs, TCAP, junior colleges, and maybe four-year schools to get those kids ready for those positions.
I don't know the answer to that question directly, but I do know that the school system has introduced like AI modules. So at the bare basic fundamental education level, they understand how to interface with technology, but I'm not certain about like the specifics around what the school board is doing, but I can find out that information for you.
I can help answer that just a little bit. So Deborah Knoll, Tennessee Department of Education. So all the way down, K through 12, we have mandatory computer science courses. That is also a graduation requirement, so that's kind of the foundation piece of that. To her point, there are some integrated AI pieces to that, and we're gonna go to state board with those pieces as well. At the middle school, it's career exploration and career courses that leads into our CTE programming. And so based off a comprehensive local needs assessment, which will identify the needs in the area that are very much aligned to this plan here, they will provide CTE programs, they will staff teachers, they will have aligned credentials of value, aligned coursework that will seamlessly transfer into TCAT, other dual enrollment opportunities, and then to 2-year and to 4-year universities.
Good. Other questions? Commissioner?
Melody, thank you for your presentation. Just a couple of questions. One, you know, Memphis has many, many assets. One is a young workforce. So for your opportunity youth, I know this is an area of emphasis. I had an opportunity to meet with Mayor Young, and I know that's an area of emphasis for him, is getting more opportunity youth into workforce development strategies. Can you talk a little bit about that coordination with the city, one, and then the second part of my question is around Lauderdale, Tipton, and Fayette. Can you talk a little bit more about the coordination to ensure that those rural communities are being serviced, particularly you know, being in a construct where you have a mega urban area here. So can you talk a little bit about the coordination there, and are you seeing any gains and outcomes for that entire regional labor shed?
Good question. At last check, I think it was like 40,000 disconnected youth in our region, like circa 2019. We're lucky to have a youth-serving organization on site where we have a lot of people coming into the AJC. We're also coordinated with a lot of partners, some of our board members even, just coming together to plan an actual outreach and recruitment event this year, so we can recruit those people into the fold with barriers, addressing those things. To speak to Mayor Paul's initiative, there is just so much opportunity. He came and toured the site, and we talk real talk about what it's gonna take to bring youth into the fold, what it's gonna take to help them persist, and to start breaking down these barriers for folks. So a lot of that work is still happening. Those conversations are still happening on our Youth Services Committee with the chair. So I'm excited about what's to come. It's only up from here, but some of the inner workings of like the plan, or I guess like the specifics, that is still to come. Can you speak to the counties, in Lauderdale, Tipton, and Fayette? Right now, we offer one of our biggest programs is YIP. That is how we attract people in our rural counties, is we offer that service to them. That's usually like the carrot that has them come into our AJC. So when they come into our doors, they're offered a youth work experience where they can get exposed to different industries, and that's usually the way that we start to figure out through an objective assessment, is there any opportunity for any other intensive WIOA services? So it could be a great recruitment driver for us, and that's how we recruit right now. Our service providers, they do recruit in all those rural counties, and that is what we're working on.
Thank you, Melody. And I certainly don't want to get ahead, Mr. Chairman. I know we're going to be voting shortly, but, and this doesn't necessarily have to be annexed to the approval of the plan, but I think given the number of opportunity youth, 40,000 is an astounding number. Let that settle for a minute. I'd like to see, for a matter of record, to come back and talk to us about your plan for opportunity youth in Memphis at a future meeting. I know the board would love to hear that, and I certainly think that this is an opportunity for Greater Memphis to lead. So I would just ask if we could come back with maybe something more concrete as you go through your planning over the next couple of months. Thank you.
Would love to. Thank you.
Very good. Public comment for Greater Memphis.
No public comment, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And then the approval from the team?
The staff review resulted in 18 insufficiencies initially, 9 programmatic, 9 dealing with budgeting. One being the youth needs additional assistance policy was deemed to be out of compliance. We have that resolved. The Greater Memphis team did work diligently with our staff and has now resolved all 18 insufficiencies. I'll make a note about the UTCIS local board assessment. The final package is being delivered to the board shortly, but they did let me know that they can expect to receive a functional rating on the lower scale of functional, and this they are encouraged to continue seeking high-performing board practices as will be outlined in that final report that they'll receive. As Commissioner has mentioned, the sanctions that Greater Memphis was under have been resolved as well. All things considered in the resolution of the insufficiencies, the staff review is now considered to be an approval rating.
Okay, I appreciate all the work that the team has done, particularly in coordination with the staff here to make those improvements, so thank you. Do I hear a motion to approve the plan as recommended by the staff?
Billy Dykes, motion to approve Greater Memphis local plan.
Thank you, Billy. A second?
Sandra Long, second.
Thank you, Sandra. Any other discussion? Okay, I think we're ready for the roll call vote.
Jackie Akbari, Billy Dykes for Natalie Alvarez,
Aye.
Martha Axford,
Approved.
Randy Faust for State Senator Paul Bailey, Jay Baker.
Aye.
Marshall Graves for Joe Baker,
Aye.
Jason Bates, Tim Berry,
Aye.
Linda Botch, State
Aye.
Representative Clark Boyd, Josh Brown,
Aye.
Suzanne Carr,
Aye.
Shannon Rosedale for Commissioner Carter,
Aye.
Billy Dykes,
Aye.
Ben Ferguson,
Aye.
Max Goldberg,
Aye.
Marshall Graves,
Aye.
J. Paul Jackson,
Aye.
David Jordan,
Recuse Greater Memphis Service Provider.
Kelly Valcarce for Tim Kelly,
Aye.
Chrissy Freeland for Michael Hendricks,
Aye.
Sandra Long,
Aye.
Jenny McCabe,
Aye.
Kelly North,
Aye.
Mike Progreba,
Aye.
Stuart Price,
Aye.
Deborah Knoll for Commissioner Reynolds,
Aye.
Lee Sloan,
Aye.
David Stansel,
Aye.
Commissioner Janice Thomas,
Aye.
Jamie Schote for Will Trump,
Aye.
Jeff Vance,
Aye.
Ron Wade.
Abstain.
27 approvals, 2 abstentions, 4 absences.
Very good, thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Chrissy Freeland, I need to announce my departure.
Thank you. Okay, let's hear from Northwest Local.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am Jennifer Bain. I'm the Executive Director for the Northwest Local Workforce Area. Our Northwest area is one of our smallest areas. We are an entirely rural 9-county area with a labor force of just under 107,000, a pretty flat unemployment rate over several years, which results in about 4,500 unemployed individuals in our area.
We do see a significantly higher rate among individuals with a disability. That's been in our plan for a couple years now, which makes them one of our populations that we strive to target our services towards. Our labor force participation rate, also one of the lowest in the state at 52.8%, and it's been that way. A little bit better with our 18-plus population specifically at 66.2%, but that's still nearly 50,000 individuals not in the labor force, which is kind of a theme you've heard all day today. We also tend to see lower post-secondary educational rates in Northwest. 44.1% of our individuals 25 and older have some form of post-secondary education. Higher poverty rates in the West than in some of the areas of the state. We do have 1 distressed county, Lake County, and 2 at-risk counties in the Northwest area. And we also continue to see child care, transportation barriers, digital connectivity, and literacy as well. Our in-demand, high-demand industries, pretty much the same as they've been, still have really strong bases in manufacturing and healthcare, with some growth projected in construction and our professional services as well. Some of the things that we are continuing to work on in order to improve our labor force participation rate and serve our employers and our individuals are focusing our services on industry-led initiatives, particularly work-based training opportunities, earn and learn models such as apprenticeships and on-the-job training grant programs. We spend quite a bit of time on talent pipeline development, which you'll hear me talk a little bit more about, particularly with our youth population to try and promote career opportunities in our in-demand sectors throughout our region. We have worked really hard, particularly since our last plan presentation, to make sure our eligible training provider list aligns with our in-demand priority sectors in both Northwest and Southwest, as well as those in-demand occupations specifically within those sectors, to make sure that the dollars that we're investing in training and the training that people are investing in are leading to those in-demand occupations in our area. We also continue to work on expanding access to our American Job Centers through our Access Point network, as well as virtual access, and as I mentioned, trying to target our services to our individuals with barriers to employment. We've worked, and you'll see a little bit more about this, we've worked to add grants specifically for those target populations like our youth, our underemployed, low income, individuals with disabilities, our justice involved, and those without post-secondary education to help improve their mobility. Continuing offering training and supportive services as well, which you'll hear a little bit more about. Our local workforce ecosystem, I think this may be one thing I might get to say today that's not super repetitive of some of the other ones that have been there. We do have our 2 standing committees for our board structure. This has been recognized as part of our UTCIS board assessment as a potential best practice. We've had it around for several years in Northwest, and this is something that was replicated in Southwest. This gives us an opportunity to engage all of our local workforce development partners on an ongoing basis. So the committees meet usually about a month before our quarterly board meetings. They're each tasked with overseeing certain things, and you can see a couple examples of some of the performance dashboards that they're looking at on a quarterly basis to make sure that we're tracking with the initiatives we want to have, the numbers we want to serve, the outcomes we want to see. We also have our one-stop operator and AJC team leadership in the committee meetings, which helps make sure that everything is also aligned at the AJC level. Like some of the other areas have also mentioned, we have worked really hard to add additional funds into our program budgets. We've seen a pretty steady decline in the Title I funding. This year we have almost 40% of our funds coming from non-Title I funding, including 13% that are non-Department of Labor, state or federal funds. This has allowed us to try and keep our costs for our administration and program management down so we can continue spending a significant amount of dollars directly on our participants. We do work to, like I said, have the additional dollars focusing on those target populations, and one thing that we work hard on in Northwest is making sure we spend a significant number of the dollars on work experience, and you can see we were at 42% so far this year. An example of one of our strategic initiatives to serve one of our in-demand sectors is our healthcare career exploration events. These have been around for a few years now, and they were modeled similarly to our annual manufacturing day tours that we've done for a lot of years in Northwest as well. The original pilot with the healthcare career exploration events started with a partnership between Baptist Memorial Hospital, Dyersburg State, Jackson State, Priority Ambulance in our area high schools, under a U.S. Department of Health grant. We have worked with those entities to offer career exploration events in our high schools to promote specifically respiratory therapists, EMT, and paramedic occupations and training opportunities. And during the 4-year grant period, those programs have actually seen the highest enrollment in those programs in their program history. And Priority Ambulance actually became fully staffed, and we're able to add a couple of 2 medic crews. So it seems to be working well. And we've actually expanded this past year to include a partnership with Dyersburg State and THEC's Rural Healthcare's Pathways Expansion Grant to do a similar model to promote career opportunities in nursing. And this year we were also able to work with Dyersburg State on their GIVE grant to expand that to our hospitality and tourism industry, promoting their new esports and culinary programs. And we also incorporate the use of transfer virtual reality headsets so that they can get some hands-on experience during the events. Dyersburg State typically brings their ambulance simulator, and Jackson State usually brings the dummies so that the students can also kind of get some hands-on experience. Through these grants, we're projected to make 65 high school visits during this time. We've had 40 so far with 2,000 students served. And we also replicated this in Southwest this year in partnership with TCAT Jackson through a TVA grant to promote construction and building trades. In our regional plan presentation, you heard them mention our pre-apprenticeship strategies in the West region. This is an example of one in Northwest. We've worked with Amtech for, I think, 8 years now to support their pre-apprenticeship and registered apprenticeship program. We have learned and grown over the years to try and improve the program, both for Amtech and for the students participating. Last year, we saw our highest success rate so far, with all 12 of the participants graduating from the program, and all 12 successfully transitioned to employment with Amtech. We do partner with several entities, the high schools in our area. Originally, Amtech and the board staff were going to the high schools to talk about the program. Over the last couple of years, we've shifted that to where students actually come on site at Amtech so they can get a little bit more hands-on first-person experience with what the program looks like. And we moved those earlier in the years to give students a little bit more time to plan. And this year, we saw the highest number of attendees to the orientation session with 30 participants this year. We do use our Title I funding to help support Amtech in the cost of the instruction for the program, and that also allows us to provide some supportive services to the participants, including work attire, transportation, and tools. We do provide work experience dollars for those individuals as well, which in the past has been limited to those who are only eligible for Title I, but with the addition of the YEP dollars, we've been able to expand that to also include individuals who may not have been otherwise eligible. And we appreciate our partners in Greater Memphis helping to coordinate making this a regional effort, because we do have a couple counties that are in the north, or that border the Northwest area, but are in the Greater Memphis area. And you heard mentioned in our regional plan presentation, we also have a similar model in Southwest with Delta Electrical. And we do also braid some apprenticeship dollars as well for those students who do move on into the apprenticeship program. For service integration and talent mobility, one thing we have worked on in Northwest is reducing our AJC infrastructure. We went through a really similar process that Marla talked about earlier in 2022, I think it was. So we have 3 certified American Job Centers in Northwest, and worked on adding those access points so that we have community partners who can connect individuals in those other counties. They also serve as a landing spot. If we need to go to somebody, we're able to meet with them there. And added additional access, or virtual access as well. We use a lot of social media. We have access opportunities through our website. We use an electronic referral form. And we use a lot of electronic intake forms for our programs. Our modernized talent strategy, I mentioned, we are working to make sure our ETPL is aligned with our in-demand sectors. We also focus on making sure our work-based learning opportunities are aligned, and you can see our little chart there on the side showing where we're tracking our on-the-job training grant participation by sector, and also continuing to focus on training and supportive services to support our workers and our participants. We do, I think, measure a lot of data and track a lot of data, especially through our performance dashboards that are reviewed by the board quarterly. We're still always working on improving that. An example of one thing that we're looking at in Northwest is making sure our apprenticeship numbers are increasing. So we do look at the number of enrollments in apprenticeships and the number of dollars spent each year, just as one example. But these are some other things that some of them we're working on already, and some of them we're hoping to add in. And I think that's it.
Very good. I appreciate you highlighting the best practice that you were able to replicate in the other region as well, and maybe we can do that in other boards across the state. What questions do you have for Northwest? Okay, hearing none. Any public comments?
No public comment.
Thank you. And the recommendation?
The staff review for the Northwest local plan resulted in 3 items that needed to be followed up upon, one programmatic, 2 budget. Those have since been resolved. I will note that they were commended for their work on the ETPL, as well as the committee structure and productive use of committees. That has been noted in the UTCIS report that it is a promising practice that we plan to share with other boards and scale that across our board system. We'll note that they received a rating of functional for the Northwest Board. And I'll remind you, although there are 3 levels, there was functional, efficient, role model. Within those levels, it's a sliding scale. And so Northwest received on the higher end of the scale as you begin to approach the next level, whereas I explained with Greater Memphis, they were on the lower end of the functional scale. So I hope that explains a little bit more about the rating. With that in mind, the rating from staff for the recommended approval was approved.
Very good. And do I hear a motion to approve the plan as recommended?
Mike Pogriba, motion to approve as recommended.
Thank you, Mike. And a second?
Second, Kelly North.
Thank you, Kelly. Any further discussion? Okay, I think we're ready. Yeah, Stuart.
Just a quick question, not specific to the plan, but I couldn't help but notice, I think you had 95,000 people who could be employed but are not. And then we have Memphis with, how many short are they from their presentation? Several 100,000 short, or? Do we ever, do we connect these local workforce boards to, or leadership to determine if we can affect a strategy to move people from one region to another? Not that that's a long-term solution, I get it. We want to, but it's going to be tough for you to fill 95,000 jobs, I would imagine. That's a lot of employment that would need to infuse into your area. And so that's more a curiosity question. It may not even be for you. It might be for others.
I'll be happy to jump in, and Jennifer, you can follow up if you'd like. That's really the role of the Regional Planning Council and why it exists, because we recognize that employers aren't limited to one local area. And as you mentioned, there may be an employer pipeline need that they need to pull from other areas. And so the Regional Planning Council exists to really create those cohesive strategy and responses through TN Works now to fill those pipelines. So we'll be working to continue strengthening the RPC responses.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we're ready for the roll call vote.
Jackie Akbari, Billy Dykes for Natalie Alvarez,
Aye.
Martha Axford,
Approved.
Brandy Faust for State Senator Paul Bailey, Jay Baker,
Aye.
Marshall Graves for Joe Baker,
Aye.
Jason Bates, Tim Berry,
Aye.
Linda Botch,
Aye.
State Representative Clark Boyd, Josh Brown,
Aye.
Suzanne Carr,
Aye.
Shannon Rosedale for Commissioner Carter,
Aye.
Billy Dykes,
Aye.
Ben Ferguson,
Recuse Workforce Innovations Board Member.
Max Goldberg,
Aye.
Marshall Graves,
Aye.
J. Paul Jackson,
Abstain.
Kelly Valcarce for Tim Kelly,
Aye.
Chrissy Freeland, Sandra Long,
Aye.
Jeannie McCabe for Commissioner McWhorter,
Aye.
Kelly North,
Aye.
Mike Pogriba,
Aye.
Stuart Price,
Aye.
Deborah Knoll for Commissioner Reynolds,
Aye.
Lee Sloan,
Aye.
David Stansel,
Aye.
Commissioner Denise Thomas.
Aye.
Jamie Schote for Will Trum,
Aye.
Jeff Vance,
Aye.
Ron Wade.
Aye.
26 approved. I'm getting a no.
Mr. Jordan was skipped.
I'm so sorry. David Jordan.
Aye.
Now 26 approved. 2 abstentions and 4 absences. My apologies.
Very good. I'm assuming that one's passed.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And Jennifer, because you did such a good job on that last one, we'll let you.
Round 2.
Yeah, we'll let you also do the Southwest plan.
So
So the southwest and northwest areas, as you can tell from this slide, are going to be very similar. We have a very similar labor force size. We have a very similar unemployment rate. We have a very similar labor force participation rate, both at the age 16 and older as well as the 18 and older. 18 and older being just a little bit lower and actually reaching a little over 51,000. Not in the workforce, also tend to have lower post-secondary education rates, a little bit higher in Southwest at 45.8. We do have the highest poverty rate in West Tennessee at 18.5% in the Southwest area, with 2 distressed counties and 3 at-risk counties. Similar barriers with childcare, transportation, digital literacy, and connectivity. We also see very similar priorities as far as our high demand sectors. A little bit more growth projected in Southwest in healthcare, but still strong bases in manufacturing. Also some growth in construction and transportation and warehousing. One thing that you will most definitely, I think, be able to tell between the two presentations is that we have worked really hard in Northwest and Southwest to integrate our systems as much as possible. So we have aligned the priority sectors, we have aligned employer services, all the policies and strategies are almost entirely aligned. We do also have a shared fiscal agent and staff to the board, which is why I get to do this twice today, which also allows us to decrease some of our administrative costs since we are essentially sharing staff between 2 areas. It also allows us to do things like have a shared contract between both areas so our employers can receive services through both Northwest and Southwest with one contract. We have a shared one-stop operator, which again allows us to have one contract to serve both areas. That allows us to have staff that are serving in both areas, making sure we are all regionally aligned. And then several of our partners also have shared leadership between Northwest and Southwest. We have also continued to operate with an internal career service provider in Southwest, which again has helped make sure that we are fully aligned between the board, the CSP staff, the AJC staff, decrease those administrative costs, and we have over the last couple of years worked towards increasing the number of AJCs that we have co-located with our Tennessee Colleges of Applied Technology, which also helps improve services to their students. The eligible training provider list alignment with our priority sectors that I mentioned in Northwest, that's both also fully aligned, where Northwest and Southwest are treating that the same way in both areas. And we're also aligning our performance dashboards where we're measuring the same things basically between Northwest and Southwest. We're looking at our American Job Center services, measuring those through the number of visits, the types of services we're providing through the American Job Centers, customer satisfaction surveys. We're also highlighting quarterly success stories and program highlights, both for the job seekers and employer customers. Our KPI and performance measures are on there. And we also have initiatives and enrollments and expenditures tracked by our priority sectors, our target populations, and our counties to make sure we're serving all the people and employers that we should be. Again, the board committee structure, we did replicate what we had going on in Northwest and Southwest. Both of the American Job Center, well, all 3 of the committees are chaired by a private sector board member, so those are all private sector led. We do work to make sure that all the board members representing private sectors are also, as much as possible, focused on our target sectors so that they're leading the charges and the strategies to serve other employers in those industries. You can see an example of one of the dashboards. This one goes before our American Job Center committee that looks at business services. We have a similar one specifically for our American Job Center services, one for our career and training services, and one for our talent pipeline initiatives and target population. So you can see on here we are tracking our on-the-job training participation by county, by sector. We do look at the number completed to make sure we're seeing successful completion rates, our expenditures, our cost per participant. I mentioned we were looking at apprenticeship numbers and expenditures and enrollments in Northwest. We're doing the same in Southwest. And the Virtually Speaking webinar series that was mentioned in the regional plan is also tracked to make sure that we're seeing good attendance numbers and make sure we're on the right track with what we're offering for our employers. Similar to Northwest, we are focusing on adding in additional funds, particularly to serve those target populations. We had about 45% of our funding in Southwest this year coming from non-Title I funds, which again allowed us to keep the administrative costs and program costs down and continue to focus about 47% of those funds directly on participant services, with a strong emphasis again on training, workforce or work experience, and a little bit higher in Southwest on supportive services. An example of one of our strategic initiatives in Southwest is a manufacturing training program for justice-involved individuals. We've had this in place in different forms or fashions for several years as well. Most recently, we've been able to utilize the CRRG funding to expand these programs. We're incorporating both work-based training through on-the-job training grant programs as well as skills training. The on-the-job training grant, we've seen pretty good success in that. Of the ones that have completed so far in the grant cycle, we still have several that are ongoing, but of the ones that have completed so far, we've had a 92% success rate in those that are completing and transitioning to full-time unsubsidized employment. The average hourly wage so far is a little over $18 an hour, and it ranged up to about $25 an hour. We have also expanded this year to include a pilot program in partnership with UTCIS, where they offered a manufacturing skills readiness program at our Comprehensive American Job Center in Jackson. It was a little bit of manufacturing training, a little bit of soft skills training, as well as OSHA 10 training, and we had employer partners who were willing to consider those individuals who successfully completed for employment, and they were able to earn a milestone payment for successfully completing that. And we appreciate our Northern Middle partners sharing their model because we got to replicate that in Southwest, and we also did the same in Northwest to, again, be regionally aligned in rural West Tennessee. Another strategic initiative that we have is the Rural Healthcare Training Grant. This was a shared grant between Northwest and Southwest, so again, we're offering the same services in the same manner across both regions. We did, like our Justice-Involved grant, work to incorporate a little bit of both on our employer-led training as well as our traditional skills training. This also has been a huge help to supplement our Title I funding to allow us to serve more people, and especially people that wouldn't necessarily qualify for our Title I funds, to help us put more people into the pipeline for serving our healthcare employers. And as I said, we are incorporating both skills training, traditional skills training, and employer-led training, and so far about 67% of those being served through the grant are in those employer-based training programs, which includes apprenticeships and on-the-job training. Very similar slide, because as we've said, we are really focused on aligning between Northwest and Southwest. One difference, I mentioned in Northwest, we do have a reduced HAC infrastructure. Southwest, we've been able to maintain a presence in each of our counties, thanks in part to being able to co-locate with our TCATs at a pretty low cost. Those are also typically part-time centers where we're able to share staff between more than one location. We're also tracking, as I mentioned, with the eligible training provider list and the work-based learning to make sure that those that we're funding for training are in our high-demand sectors. So you can see our individual training accounts, our scholarship dollars that we help support people in training. A lot of it's going towards healthcare and social assistance, followed by construction, and then we do have some manufacturing and transportation and warehousing as well. One more time, very regionally aligned, working on tracking and measuring the same things in both areas. One thing we're particularly proud of in Southwest, we've been working pretty hard to support that work-first model, getting people in work-based training. And last year, I think we had around 50 total on-the-job training grant participants that spended about $120,000. This year, we are already at 135 as of March and expended over $232,000. So we're seeing that improve the way we wanted to. That's it for round two.
Very good. I just really appreciate the efficiency that you, first of all, that you're making best practices out of both regions, but then the efficiencies that you're using there in what I'm sure is a very challenging region with the poverty and so on. So very good. What questions or comments do you have for Jennifer? Yes, Josh.
I noticed on your chart, your pie chart on your funding, that 12% was Blue Oval City. Can you speak to how the changes there, changes in their mission, and kind of the employment mix there has affected you all, and how you guys have maybe adapted or responded to that?
So it is ever-changing and adapting. We've been fortunate to receive some demonstration grant funding specifically for supporting the Blue Oval City project. So it's basically a form of customized training where we're able to help support them as they adapt and expand and they build up the workforce. Outside of specifically supporting them, I think a lot of what we're doing in trying to build our labor force participation rate is to help make sure we do get more folks in the workforce, to not only fill those Blue Oval City jobs when they do come, but also the backfill for some of our employers as we're going to see people shift into those jobs.
Mr. Chairman, quick comment.
Yes, Jay.
Just to commend you, Jennifer, on your ETPL, eligible training provider. That's my second favorite program. Biased because I oversee that one now. But just your work to really narrow the focus of those training dollars on the in-demand occupations and sectors. The proactive nature of what you've done is really great, and would like to see that continue to expand. And we'll explore how you've done that statewide. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll ask for public comment.
Mr. Chairman, no public comment.
Thank you. And what is the recommendation from the staff?
The staff review resulted in 2 minor budget items that needed revision when it comes to the UTCIS local board assessment. Because Southwest is so similar to Northwest, it received the same rating, which was the higher scale of functional. Their assessment did note the practice of combining your areas. Though it may seem a bit dull or repetitive to give the same presentation, it really represents a consistent application of strategies. Not only does it reduce overhead, but also provides increased services and really more cohesive push towards those regional objectives. So that is noted in their report. The staff recommendation is that the plan be approved.
Thank you. And do I hear a motion to approve the plan as recommended?
Linda Botch, I recommend we approve as
Recommended.
recommended.
Very good. Thanks, Linda.
Seconded.
Thank you, J. Paul.
Second.
All right, any other questions? Okay, let's take the roll call.
Jackie Akbari, Billy Dykes for Natalie Alvarez,
Aye.
Martha Axford,
Approved.
Brandy Faust for State Senator Paul Bailey, Jay Baker,
Aye.
Marshall Graves for Joe Baker,
Aye.
Jason Bates, Tim Berry,
Aye.
Linda Botch,
Aye.
State Representative Clark Boyd, Josh Brown,
Aye.
Suzanne Carr,
Aye.
Shannon Rosedale for Commissioner Carter,
Aye.
Billy Dykes,
Aye.
Ben Ferguson,
Recuse Southwest Board Member, Workforce Innovations Board Member.
Max Goldberg,
Aye.
Marshall Graves,
Aye.
J. Paul Jackson,
Aye.
David Jordan,
Aye.
Kelly Valcarce for Tim Kelly,
Aye.
Chrissy Freeland for Michael Hendricks, Sandra Long,
Aye.
Jeannie McCabe for
Aye.
Commissioner McWhorter,
Sorry. Aye.
Kelly North,
Aye.
Mike Pogriba,
Aye.
Stuart Price,
Aye.
Deborah Knoll for Commissioner Reynolds,
Aye.
Lee Sloan,
Aye.
David Stansel,
Aye.
Commissioner Denise Thomas,
Aye.
Jamie Schote for Will Trum,
Aye.
Jeff Vance,
Aye.
Ron Wade.
Aye.
27 approvals, 1 abstention, 5 absences.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, team, that was a very impressive day. So thank you for your attention. Thank you for your diligence in getting all of the modifications approved today. So thank you for that. It's important work because I know that what happens at those local levels is really what gets our residents in the jobs that they need. So thank you for that. Next meeting will be in August. Check your calendars. Please make sure that you can attend. We will hear a little more on the AJC redesign. And, we're going to hear more about the benefits cliff tools that are going on there. So, and we will also, at the next meeting, go back to our normal schedule where we'll have the committee meetings at 8:30 first, followed by the board meeting later. So just be sure to plan on that accordingly. Otherwise, have a fantastic summer. Do I hear a motion to adjourn? Yeah, everybody's in favor of that. Thank you for your time.